Saya itu, saya itu, saya itu. Mai, mai.
We are now. And so, association. Appropriate staff. In Chicago, experience. If we all
Home to a dazzling diversity of life, yet in recent decades, a new force has emerged.
My children, the time has come to rally and become and stay at home. The challenges we face those days, we have the power to change because of this month. Time to embrace a new way of living, one that honors delicate balance.
So which one again? No, this one is unmuted. You can.
Hello. Thank you very much. That's just me media team. Also, I apologize to be lost to us down, picking up so try to recover visible that play video or watch the recording of now. Yeah, so my name is Nicholas Martin. I'm a student in the Society for Ecological Restoration, University of the University here. We moderator for today. Without no further ado, I would like to quickly introduce the program and um, create some sort of awareness while we're here this morning. And we all know we are here for the third annual conference for Society for Ecological Restoration, University of Lagos Students Chapter. Our team for this year is, and our team for this year is sorry. Alright, so let me just move forward. So we'll be having, I don't know if which further we're gonna share, but we'll be having like series of speakers come on board and deliver insightful messages and teaching on achieving the United Nations Technical Goal for Ecological Restoration through youth-led innovative strategies. And today, the first day we had a physical meeting. This every three I'm going to just throw it online and would like it meeting on. And please, if you have any questions and answers, you can always throw in the chat box. Treat all questions at the end of this presentation. Yeah, so going forward, we've lost a lot of time, and then I would like to introduce our first speaker, who is Rukhriyat Mohammed from the United Nations Technical and Ecological Restoration State Board member. I don't know if she's online. So Rukhriyat Mohammed, are you online? Okay, she's not online currently.
It was online.
Just okay, so our movies, I don't need Johan from region is online. Yeah, I think it's online.
Yeah, Joan is online.
Oh yeah, he's online. So Dr. Johan von Eugen, if I'm correct, CEO of Visa Services in South Africa. Dr. Johan. Okay.
Hello, Dr. Joe.
I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I've got all sorts of internet issues here.
Yeah, sure. Maybe so.
Uh, I can't hear anything on my side.
What about now? Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us today. You were scheduled for 11, but it seems the speaker who is supposed to speak now isn't available, so we'll be fixing you for now. I don't know if you don't mind, like some your presentation and all.
Okay, yeah, now I can try. I don't know how long the internet's gonna last. Like I've got, like I said, I've got all sorts of issues.
Yeah,
Now I must just figure out how to use this thing. Where do I actually share my screen?
okay.
I just need to figure out how to share the screen. I don't normally use this. Okay, can you see my screen?
So not yet.
Can you see my screen now? Hello?
Not yet, Dr. Johan.
So I'm trying to figure out what it is because I'm not sure. Okay, so let's try now. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I can. Sure.
So I'm hearing all sorts of background noises. Share. Nah, I'm not winning here, eh?
I think your slides are off. Oh, yeah, you're back now.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Oh, shucks. It's echoing. I can't hear what you're saying. Okay, but anyway, what a disaster, eh? I'm not really sure what to do now, but anyways, maybe I must just tell you my story and because I was really like to share some of the photos. Yeah. You say you can't, if you can just give me a thumbs up if you can see anything, maybe I can see.
We can see your screen.
I couldn't hear that either. I could hear there's a comment, but I can't hear it. So, anyways, let me tell you the story. Hopefully you can hear me. So also I'm just talking in front of a computer, which is a bit of a weird concept. So we started this company about 12 years ago with the idea of we want to do restoration on ecosystems and we want to do restoration with humans, because both of them need restoration. So it's various forms of restoration required. I'm I'm feeling so disorganized now. Yeah, so we had this aspect that we need various forms of restoration needed. The internal ones in our cells and then the external ones in our ecosystems, because you see these ecosystems are degrading at the speed of anything. So how do we practically do it? And then when we started 11, 12 odd years ago, we realized that there's not a lot of practical information available on how to do restoration on ecosystems. And then to actually implement it is even more difficult because you can't find the plant material and so forth. So then we started the company. I just want to see if there's not a chat box or something. I can just see someone is on the other side. I don't feel like an absolute nutcase just looking at the screen, talking into thin air. It's just ridiculous. Oh man. So I don't know if someone could just like give me a thumbs up or something so I can see that is someone actually on the other side of this.
Imagine my sound has the rest.
Um, mute this thing.
We can hear you. You can continue.
Hello, hello. Is anyone out there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes, loud.
Yeah, I lost it again. Hello, hello.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, wonderful. I think then I'm gonna try to carry on, even though oh man, I've got so much obstacles. But I suppose while we're talking about this restoration stuff, overcoming obstacles is probably going to be the most important lesson that you can learn. Because if you want to restore anything, you're going to have to overcome multiple obstacles. And yes, so man, this PowerPoint has got multiple obstacles in itself. Yeah. So okay, let me just try to carry on. So that, like I said, like 11 years ago, we started this company with the aim of restoring people and restoring the ecosystems. From there on, we just carried on going with two processes running simultaneously. The one is learning how to restore ecosystems better. So I've had, up till when we started the company, we already had about 10 years of experience in that industry. And then also with restoring people, which is a fascinating concept. When you take when anything multiplies, it multiplies of its own kind, and it's the same with people. If we whatever we do, it will have an effect from based on the foundation that we're standing upon, and so it goes on. So with this the more social component to it is wanting to see where you are at. That because that will have a severe influence on the rest of the process. So just some of the things I thought I'll just quickly touch on. As an agenda, just something of my story, the concept of responsibility, restoration from a platform. From what platform? Yeah. So yeah, so something of my story, when I was about 20 years old, I decided actually before then, but around the age of 20, I decided I want nothing to do with society. I want to bail out completely. I want to go live somewhere where I'm completely away from society. I want to just live somewhere in the mountain on my own, and that's the way I'm going to do it. And I thought, okay, how would I survive this mission? And I thought, okay, the only way that I can survive this is if I know my plants really well, and I understand the ecology, and I understand what to eat, what not to eat, and the whole process that's required regarding all of those type of things. So I started learning plants. I thought to myself, if I can learn 3 plants per day, that will give me over 900 a year. That's 1,600 or whatever in 2 years. And in that way, I could learn a lot of plants. And in the process, if I can learn how to propagate them, how to do all the stuff that's related to the plants. Yeah, everything about it. So I did that, and by the second year, I think it was the second year of this whole mission of mine, my whole plan was turned upside down. Because parallel to this whole process, I was asking, is there a God? Does God exist, or is it just some religious nonsense? So I was asking that question from a place that if there is a God, then I want to know, why did he put me here, and what is my mission on earth? Is there method behind the madness, or what's going on with this whole process? So through that whole journey, which I'm not going to go into great detail now, through that whole journey, I realized that each of us has got a part to play in society. And I had a role to play in society, and running away from my role and my job is going to be wrong. It's going to be wrong, and it's going to be a waste of potential of life. So that kind of flipped the whole thing upside down. So yeah, then the whole thing changed because now I had some of this understanding and some knowledge on how the ecosystems work and the plants and whatever. And what do I do now? How can I be a asset to the civilization where I'm part of, and not just like a parasite. So bringing it back to the restoration thing. So I had a look at the definition of restoration. The action of returning something to a former or its owner or a place or a condition. So it needs to go, all the ecosystems, if you want to do pure restoration, it needs to go back to the former state. So one needs to go see what is the former state and take it back to a state that was productive. It's almost impossible in modern times to restore something completely. We can only restore to certain components of certain components of it. So some of the bigger migrational routes and things of wild animals we can't really bring that back in most contexts. But it's also true for us as humans. So what is the condition and what's the condition that you're supposed to be in? So there's a concept, this thing about responsibility. If you break it up, it goes into two components. The one is response and the one is ability. So God has given each of us opportunity to have a responsibility or to live out our responsibility that he's given us. And the response is what's your response to the ability that he's already given you? So that's a very interesting question because we're all going to respond or react, and you can go Google the difference between those two. And if you are a reactive person or if you're a person that responds, yeah, so you can go Google it and see what the difference is, and you can decide for yourself in what category are you going to be in. And then that comes to a deeper question of who are you? So if you want to start doing any form of restoration, you need to know who you are. So if you're doing it to find the identity, you're going to find the identity in a very unstable situation. It's a slippery slide. You can't find your identity in it. But you can, just not recommended. So whatever you find your identity is going to lead you into something. But finding your identity in a work or a partner or sexuality, that's all very slippery slopes. We're not supposed to find our identity in those things. God wants us to find our identity in Him, who He is, who He created us to be, who He is at the core of things. So with the ecosystems, there's a cost of degradation. So the ecosystems are degraded because of human activity. So this is a photo I took earlier this week. This is a river system that's been completely degraded because of agriculture that you can see on your left. It's supposed to look something similar to the photo on the right, where there's floodplains and vegetation that brings your friction on the riparian zones and bring the speed of the water down and purify the water. That's all been taken out. To replace these things is an effort. It requires a lot of effort. Again, it's the same with us as humans. Once you get degraded through trauma or whatever, it does require effort to restore it back to a functioning system. So this is just the propagation unit for one of the tunnels. So that's where we make the cuttings, just to get the little ones going. And then I'll just share some other nice pictures. This is a project in Cape Town. This is a pond that we wanted to make like a wetland. It's all the local systems, local plants. This is a garden. This is just another garden using locals. Restoration can be much wider than just planting forest, planting riparian zones. Yeah, there's also the degraded lands that can be restored to a form of what it previously would have been. So yeah, so that's my slide. So I don't know if anyone could hear anything, but I hope if you heard something that something would stir in your heart and that you'll be able to put it into practice.
Right. Thank you very much, Joanne. If you have a question, yeah.
Yeah,
If you
I
have a
couldn't hear
question,
anything there.
Dr. Joanne, can kindly put your question in the chat box.
Yeah. So can you hear me now? So maybe how, thank you very much. If you have a question, kindly go to the chat box. Check after presentation.
Yeah, this one is still on. Online. You're still online.
So thank you very much, Dr. Joanne. Very insightful presentation. If you have any questions,
Okay.
so if you have any questions for Dr. Joanne, kindly put it in the chat box. Okay, so we'll be taking all the questions at the end of all the presentations, and I'll be inviting Professor Fola Babalola to take on the next presentation. I don't know if Professor Fola Babalola is online. Okay,
Yes,
so Professor
yes,
Fola, all right, yeah.
yes,
Thank you
I'm
very much.
online.
You have the floor, sir.
How is everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me the platform. Let me try and share my screen. Okay, I'm looking for the presentation. Okay, can everybody see my screen, please?
Yes, we.
Okay, you can. Please confirm.
Yes, we.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, I appreciate the opportunity given to me to contribute to today's discussion on achieving the UN Decade of Goal for ecological restoration through youth-led solutions and innovation strategies. I want to congratulate all for the celebration of today. Everything is in respect of ecological restoration. So I've been asked to look at the area that has to do with youth-led solution and innovations strategy. I am a forester. So as you can see from the screen, I am a professor of forest socioeconomics and environmental forestry at the University of Ilorin here in Nigeria. And also I am the founder of Safe Sahara Network, which is an organization with the mission of saving nature and empowering people at the grassroots. So today, I just want to share with you what it takes for youth to actually to involve in restoration activity, especially in the urban areas. We have always been talking about the rural areas, but my focus will be more of the urban area today. And what are the things that the youth can do in order for them to engage in kind of restoration program in the urban area? So my topic is going to focus on the engaging youth in ecological restoration project toward mitigation of climate impact. So I'm going to look at climate impact and what can the youth do at their own level in order for them to contribute to climate mitigation of climate change. All right. Now, as a way of introduction, the climate change is being caused by what we know as urbanization. And urbanization is the conversion of forest to urban area. Okay, when we convert our forest to urban area, then we have embarking on what we call urbanization. We know urbanization is a mode of development activities. Yes, we need houses, we need infrastructural development, and as population is increasing, all these things will lead to urbanization that I'm talking about. So urbanization has led to removal of vast number of trees around the world with consequential increase in global climate change in cities. So as we're having urbanization, we are removing our trees. And as we're removing these trees, we know whether we like it or not, we're going to have climate crisis, all right? Now, what is climate change and global warming? A number of people tends to mix this up, okay? When we're talking about climate change is the shift in the temperature and weather patterns of the place over a long period of time, all right? But when you're talking about global warming just has to do with rise in global temperature, okay? And I can say global warming is just a part of climate change. It's an evidence to show that climate is changing, all right? Because global warming has to do with warm temperature. But climate change encompasses all other kind of changes in our environment that include temperature, drought, and all these diseases and all everything. So all those impacts, they are part of climate change. Now, what are the evidence to actually tell us that climate is changing, especially with focus on Nigeria? We're talking about Nigeria, we're in Nigeria, so I'm making case study from Nigeria. What are the evidence to really show that the climate is changing? Number one, there has been changes in rainfall pattern. There used to be pattern in our rainfall over the years, all right? But if you look at what is happening now, rainfall happens to be more or less. When it used to rain before, we now have either delay or long rain and all that. This is a kind of evidence to show us that climate is changing. Number two, desertification and land degradation is another evidence. If you go to the northern part of Nigeria, we have desert encroachment, we have degradation of land, and all these things, they are the consequence of climate change activities. Then we have extreme weather events, all right? In this our country, we have either the temperature is too much, or the temperature is getting too cold, or when we have a long drought, everything tends to be to the extreme. Okay, this is another evidence to show us. And then lastly, temperature is increasing. There's always increased temperature, either in the day or in the night. Okay, during the day now we have temperature getting as high as 40 degrees, even in some places getting close to 50 degrees and all that. These are all pointing to us that climate is changing. Okay, now when climate is changing, what are the impacts? Impact, we're going to have mass extinction of species, we're going to have water scarcity, we're going to have more drought is happening, we have more frequent floods, we have fire outbreaks, we have crop failure, we have disease outbreak. All these things are the major consequences and impact of climate change. And whether we like it or not, this will continue to happen if we don't reverse our activities that are contributing to climate change, all right? Now, what are the choices that we have? Climate is changing. We have these three options. Number one, mitigation. Is either with mitigation. Mitigation is when we target the source of climate impact, like the source of the greenhouse gases. When we target it and we tend to stop it or we tend to reduce it, then we are mitigating impact of climate change. That's one option. Number two option, we adapt. Is either we adapt by maybe we use all these improved seed varieties, or we tend to use air condition, or when we tend to use all these environment, we tend to play with our environment in order to reduce the impact on us and all that. These are adaptation. We try to adjust. Okay, adaptation is not the solution to climate change because the impact is there, the problem is there. We're just trying to play with our environment, play with the gadget around us in order to live alongside with the problem. And the last one who have not been mentioning when it comes to the choices that we have with respect to climate change. So the more mitigation we do, the less adaptation will be required and the less suffering that will be. All right. Let me check. Are we with me? Are you hearing me? Let me check so that I will not know I'm speaking to myself. Please, can you respond? Are you with me? Okay, that's very good. Now, what is mitigation that we can do? Mitigation strategies that we can do with respect to climate change. Number one, we have what we call green infrastructure. Okay, green infrastructure can include green roofs, green wall, and green spaces in our cities. All right. Number two, we can do urban forestry and tree planting. This has to do with forests in the cities, planting of trees in the cities, and having plantations in the city. All right. Another one is cool pavement and surfaces. When we have pavement, not concrete grasses. When we have cool pavement, like having grasses around us, like having sand around us, something that can cool the environment, not something that tends to increase the temperature around us. Another one is smart urban planning and design. Now, there are a number of urban planning processes which are very smart in terms of the types of infrastructure that we have in our urban area. We can really design all our urban area to make it smart and make it reduction and emission we have in terms of mitigation. Another mitigation strategy is energy efficient building and renewable energy. When we have energy efficient, that means energy reduction or energy efficient buildings, those ones that we can allow light to come in during the day and reduce the way we put on our electricity or the way we come. Hello, can you listen to me?
Yeah,
Can you mute yourself? All right. Now, we have public awareness and education campaigns and other mitigation strategies. And lastly, we have urban heat island mapping and monitoring. Okay, all these are pointing to mitigation. I told you mitigation is the solution. Adaptation is just coping and adjusting with the problem while it is still there. So we tend to adopt more of mitigation than adaptation. Now, let me quickly go to some of those things that we can do with respect to that our youth can do, that we can think of innovation and strategies to climate change as we are talking about restoration these days. Restoration is now, what are those things we can use to bring in the tree that we have removed in the process of all these our urbanization that I started with? Okay, now, how can we really bring in urban forests? How can we bring in urban trees? Urban forest refers to the collection of trees and other vegetation in our urban areas. All right. So we can do this by planting trees on our streets, by planting trees in the park, by having gardens around us or having gardens in the cities, by having more green spaces where we can have shrubs, we can have grasses, where we can have not only trees, but all those green vegetations around us. We can even have green roofs and want grasses or vegetable or have garden on top of their buildings. Okay. Now we have urban woodland, whereby we can have some vegetations in the urban area apart from dedicated places for trees like parks, like all these gardens. We can see have them all scattered around our cities. Okay, deliberately left natural forests in our urban area. These are urban woodland. All these things, they are pointing to urban forest, which I think our youth and every one of us should start thinking towards with respect to restoration innovations in this era. Now, another one, we can have street trees. Having trees on our street, this is not a new thing, okay, but it's fast disappearing because right now we see a number of people in the name of having a shortcut to construction, to road construction, removing all the trees and replacing them with concrete. Let us think about bringing back trees on our street. Street trees are trees that are deliberately planted along streets, roads, and highways in cities and urban areas. Okay, these are another innovation that is still is old, but we can still continue to do. Another one is parks. Now, some cities are now having parks. Why they are converting their parks to maybe shopping mall? This is really disheartening and really sad. So park trees are planted and in public parks, gardens, and other recreational areas with and so please let us find a way to bring back all these our culture of parks in the cities where people can go and have picnics, where we can have gathering together, where we can have funs and fairs. People can at least get the awareness of our youth and every one of us here with respect to restoration. Apart from having these parks, we can even have gardens, ornament, all right? Garden trees are trees that are specifically planted and maintained in gardens, in yards and other residential or commercial lands. Okay, so what differentiates things from parks? At times, parks of flowers, beautiful environment with all these different flowers. It can really attract with good smells, and is a very good one that can have all our butterflies, can have all our bees. Okay, so this is another one that I think we can start to think of as innovation. Right. Now we have green spaces. Green spaces combine all these things that I've talked to you about. Green spaces, also known as green area or green infrastructure, they refer or aesthetic purposes. Okay, these spaces are typically covered with vegetation such as grasses, trees, and other plants, and may include even infrastructure like all these are parks that I mentioned, the gardens, the green roof, the green wall. Every one of them, they are green spaces. Okay, let us think in as many little spaces that we can have trees or green spaces. Let us consider and have on the roof. We have our green roofs where we have plant and vegetation on the roofs. So green roofs are roofs that are intentionally designed to support plant growth and are composed of 7 layers. All right. The layers is very so it has to be handled by professionals, but it's something that innovation that everyone to start thinking about. Now, starting so increasing about diversity and stemming an existence of cities. Okay, what are these that increase all the outreach? Is everything come together? Yes, efficient building energy, public awareness and education campaign, urban heat island mapping, and all this. So all these things come together to do things carry out in our cities, okay, for the
Hello? I think we've lost him. We apologize for the break in transmission. I think it is due to his own network. Once he's back, he will continue from where he stopped.
Okay, now I'm back. Okay, I am back. Okay, all right, okay.
Okay, so you
Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry. You know, this technology at times, the technology tends to want to disappoint us. Okay, let me check Is my screen okay? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your.
Okay. So I'm just getting to that point where I'm giving practical example of restoration project being carried out by the youth. Okay. All right. So practical example of restoration through urban tree planting. So I've given the background, different background of what we can do as kind of innovation. So let me now give you one or two practical examples of what we have done to my own NGO, okay? And in order to kinds to carry out restoration in the urban area, all right? So, schools, we discovered that trees have been removed in most of the schools around us. All right, trees have been removed and no shade for children to even play. So when we have this issue, even when they are having assembly, they don't have places that we can have, and they increase waves and most erosion. We have degradation of most of these field, whereas to student erosion, they are due to removal, total removal of vegetation, as you can see in the picture on my screen slide. Now, what is the intervention that the organization did? The first thing that we did, we had to release seedlings. We thought to send out seedlings. We have to organize a nursery in order to distribute and then how we can really take care of the plant seedlings. All right. So it's what we did. And after doing
He has gone offline again, so I guess his network is not stable. So we'll be playing back the interlude. Okay, Dr. Fola is back.
Yule drug salve. Karibu kumade. Moja tunaweza jaribu naye tukiwa tatu. Ndio kumecha pa salve. Ya, yang lain anatapika ana ride. Hadi hapa sio hapa.
I would never.
Ini checha kweli?
Wewe ulisema sky hapa.
Brian? Hello, Mr. Brian. You have the floor.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Brian.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, sure. You can.
You can hear me? Okay. Oh. Sorry. Oh, wait a little bit. Could you wait a little bit? 2 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, let me come. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. You can go
Okay,
on
let
your
me start.
presentation.
Should I start my okay? Should I start? I was just
Hello, you can start. Share your.
okay. So I was supposed to send some slides to Dr. Excellence. I don't know if you have received it. My deputy was the one who was working on the slides. But let me see if I can. Let me see if I can
If
share
you have
the
the
screen.
slide there, share.
So I'm just sharing the screen. Okay. A little bit, sweet. Let me share the screen. won't take long.
Right. So
Okay, let me just speak as I talk. Let me just speak.
Can we call this
Okay.
person so that you know what? You can present after this person, so you can to give you time to put up the slide. Someone is
Dr.
ready.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can present after him. Because the slides are supposed to be sent back to his email.
Yeah. So we'll take someone now, and then we'll try to get your slide, and you present next.
Okay, no
So
problem.
we'll be taking Dr. Carla. I don't know if she's building. Carla Hanedek.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Oh, perfect. All right, just going to share my screen. Yay. Perfect. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carla Hernandez, and I am the program officer of the Conservation Leadership Program based at BirdLife in Cambridge in the UK. And today I'm going to be speaking about our program in general, what do we do, but also I'm going to be talking specifically about the grant opportunities that we have, and particularly the team awards that we offer every year to early career conservationists, which many of you will be probably able to apply. Thank you so much for the invitation to Dr. Excellence. It's very nice to be here. So I'm going to start by talking a little bit about who we are. So the Conservation Leadership Program, or CLP, as it is known by many of the people around the world, it's a 4-year partnership between 3 of the largest environmental international conservation organizations, which is Fauna and Flora, BirdLife International, which I'm based with, and Wildlife Conservation Society. And we are a world-renowned training and capacity building program, which focus our efforts on early career conservationists. And when I talk about early career conservationists, we refer to anyone who has had less than 5 years of paid experience in conservation. And this does not include any type of educational experience. Like, for example, we know that there's some people that have a master's and then they do for a PhD, and although they do field work, they're not considered conservationists on itself. We consider that early career conservationist after you get, or if you have less than 5 years of paid experience in conservation action for conservation. Just to let you know who we are a group of, at the moment, as a female-led team, which it's based in different parts of the UK and the US. We work, like I was saying, with 3 different organizations, and we all have different backgrounds. We all have different perspectives. So we come together and we focus on different areas. So in my case, I am in charge of the grant program in specific, and also of leadership development. So what's our vision? So CLP envisions a world driven by diverse and capable conservation leaders with experience and skills to address the urgent and complex challenges facing our planet. So we do this by providing training, providing mentoring, providing grants to all early career conservationists in the world, particularly those who are coming from low and middle income countries. What do we focus specifically? Well, like I was saying, we focus on these conservationists that are lacking the resources of conservation in their own countries. So we provide them with the funds, we provide them with the mentoring, we provide them with the skills, the training necessary for like addressing these challenges. And by supporting early career local conservationist leaders and their projects, we aim to address conservation challenges and promote sustainable biodiversity and conservation worldwide. How do we do this? Well, like I was saying, we specifically focus on grants, on training, on mentorship, and on network. So with grants, I'm going to be speaking a little bit more about that, our funding opportunities, but we also provide training, and training can be in many areas that are normally not taught through formal education. These are training that could be on publishing and writing, training on gender for conservation, training on like project planning or like funding, so or communication, behavior change. Many of these topics, like I was saying, we know that they're necessary to have out there when we're dealing with conservation issues, but normally they're not taught through formal education. And then we have mentorship, and we have a network throughout the world where we work with different conservationists at different stages in their career, from early careers to senior conservation leaders. Some of them are already CEOs on conservation organizations. Some of them work with the government. Some of them work with community-based organizations. All of them provide mentorship also to our grantees, and they support them throughout their not only throughout their projects, but also after the projects, and it's a lifetime support. And we have this big network. All our alumni become part of what we call our CLP alumni network, and they can have access to all our grants, training, and mentorship also for a long term. So basically, our approach consists on this comprehensive training of the most effective tools, techniques, and strategies to lead and implement conservation action. And this is do through like developing your leadership skills, key leadership skills, personal and collective leadership skills through the management and implementation of small projects. Like I was saying, it's a one-year project for the most of the part what we support, and which can be eligible, like I was saying, for you to apply for continuation awards and then eventually become part of our alumni network. And yeah, this is just like what I was saying, that we have a long-term backing and advisory support from CLP staff and partner organizations. This means that once you get to win one of our grants, you become CLP alumni for all your life, basically. And we have seen people that started in this program 10 years ago, and even 30 years after, because the program is 4 years, 30 years, 20 years after, they're still supporting CLP, they're still interested on like mentoring our new conservation leaders. So it's like it's a very good opportunity for those interested on applying to this program. I'm going to talk a little bit about our impact, because I think it's not only about like we training individuals, but what is happening when we train these individuals, right? So 90% of our alumni has felt that CLP helped them a lot to kickstart their careers, because it helps them a lot. So far, we have 4,000-ish, a little bit more, of careers that we have kickstart in conservation. We have about 109 nationalities represented and still counting, and 91% of our alumni are still working in conservation after 10 years. The other thing is like in terms of biodiversity, 75 new protected areas have been created with support of our alumni. A lot of this have happened when they start this project and then they follow up with the continuation award, or they start applying for other grants. Then these projects start growing until they become this type of impact, right? Which like we also have had 130 species rediscovered or discovered by our CLP alumni through the projects. 126 NGOs have been created. Some of them started with a small project and then eventually start growing until they become an NGO, which is really amazing, or they already have a local initiative where they were working with the community, and then eventually with the support of our grants and mentorship and network, then they become a local NGO. And 912 of our projects have been launched totally with the support of the CLP program. So in terms of career progression, I think this is very important because it tells about like where are our CLP alumni going after they go through this program, this training program. So like I was saying, 91% of our alumni, they are still in conservation after 10 years, or after completing the training 10 years after. 90% have remained in early career. 41% have actually upscaled to mid-level careers, and 47%, so that's almost 50% of our alumni, they are now on leadership roles. And they have established themselves in like important positions as probably government, like I was saying. They have their own, leading their own NGOs. They are like head of departments on universities. They're doing so many different things. And we don't really think that a position it's defining who you are, but definitely this program helps you to achieve your goals if your goal is to get up to a leadership position. So now I'm going to talk about our funding opportunities, and this is where so many of you probably will fit in order to apply to one of them. Our most important one is the Future Conservationist Award. So this is the first award that we offer to anyone who doesn't really know about the program. We open this grant or this award every year. Just recently in October, we closed our call for applications, but normally it opens from July to October every year. And this award, what it offers, it's like, or it's offered to like early career conservationists, like I was saying. Early career conservationist is anyone who has no more than 5 years of experience working in conservation, in conservation field, or what we call conservation action or applied conservation. And we offer grants for up to $15,000 US, as well as specialized training, mentorship, and continued support through our extensive global alumni network. The training, what we do is like once you are awarded with a grant, we bring the cohort together, and they spend like about 2 weeks together in a special location somewhere in the country, where we bring them together, and then we provide them with a training, 2-week training on the skills that I was saying. It's hands-on experience, it's applied experience, it's on-the-ground experience, and also give the opportunity to network with other conservationists around the world. This year, for example, our new cohort for 2025, it's 17 of them from 14 different countries. So that speaks about like how diverse this program is. So each year, like I was saying, we invite these proposals from teams of early career conservationists. Normally, we ask that teams are made up of at least 3 people. And we focus on species that are considered target species and are on their IUCN Red List, considered as vulnerable, data deficient, endangered, or critically endangered. However, we understand that there are some countries in which perhaps they don't have one of these status, but at the country level, they are under some type of target status. So you can make a case of that, and you will be able to apply. We are not restricted in terms of taxa. We work with terrestrial and marine ecosystem, freshwater ecosystem too. And the taxa, it includes all the taxa. The only thing that we don't support is topics related with DNA analysis or captive breeding. And then once you are awarded or you win an award, like the Future Conservationist Award, then you are entitled to apply for any of our other funding available. And this could include our follow-up award, which is an award for up to $25,000 US for 2 years to continue the project that you started within your Future Conservationist Award. Then we have a leadership award that it's the one after. Once you have a award, you want to continue, then you can apply for a leadership award, which is up to $15,000 for 3 years. And that's why we see all this career progression, because you start with a 1-year project and then you eventually can start or can continue your project until you lead to a very big initiative. It's not necessary that you apply for a follow-up, but I mean, it's a great opportunity, right? If you have it here within the program. And then we have a Kate Stokes Memorial Award, which is an additional 5,000 grant that you can apply for on an annual basis. And this is provided to exceptional teams working on outreach, on education, and community engagement. So if you start a project that is working with species, normally the future conservationist awards need to be a balance of research with conservation action, but then sometimes you want to create more engagement with communities, or you want to develop like an educational program with youth or with women, or you want to do some outreach. Then once you have future conservationist award, you can apply for our Kate Stokes Memorial. We also offer travel and learning grants. So when you become a CLP alumni through winning a future conservationist award, you can apply to additional grants like 1,500 to support your ongoing professional development opportunities. And this means that you can apply for going to conference to present your projects or workshops or short-term trainings or even online learning. So the idea is like providing you with the opportunities to keep growing and keep developing your professional skills. We have these learning grants, which we call learning exchanges, in which if you find a researcher or an organization that is working on your species, or if you want to explore a technique in another country, then you will offer like these other learning exchange grants, which are very successful because we normally connect alumni from countries or continents, which is really, really amazing. And that's why like the network is really big throughout CLP. We also offer career placements, and for this, you don't have to apply for an award. This is often throughout our organizations, through BirdLife, through Fauna and Flora, or to Wildlife Conservation Society. We offer the career placements, and it's basically professional development through career placements in an organization. So you work with a CLP partner organization in which you can learn new skills from experienced staff, gain training in office and field working environments, and develop your conservation networks. So, for example, in Africa, we have like so many partners through BirdLife. So, and actually, this is something that we're going to open next year. These career placements to BirdLife, which I will be in charge of. So the idea is like we put out the applications, we send the call for applications. We can send whenever it's out, we can send it to Dr. Excellence so he can share it with his network in Nigeria. And then you apply for that, and you go through a selection process, and then you have the opportunity to develop your career or increase your career skills through these career placements. So after you complete your internship or career placement, how we call it now, the idea is that you boost your intern marketability in the conservation workplace. So you will get recommendations if you want to apply maybe for another job, then you will have this as an experience. And we have many students that they're still doing their careers, and they can also do their career placements. And that's amazing because when they finish, then they have this experience so far, which is very good for you if you want to apply for another job later in your career. And then, like I was saying, once you become either a CLP award alumni or a career placement, you become part of our CLP alumni network, which is composed of everyone who has received a team award replacement, or also CLP funded scholars. And then it's amazing to know that these CLP alumni is now consisting of like 4,000 individuals and growing, because every year we have a cohort of like 17, 18 individuals. And as a member of CLP, like I was saying, you can access a wide range of resources and opportunities for as long as you want to. So it's a long-term support. And we provide that through throughout your career. Yeah, and then just some useful tips for grant proposal if you decide to apply next year. It's have proposals that are realistic in terms of goals, detailed budget. Read the guidelines. Please read the guidelines. So many of our projects are amazing, but they don't read the guidelines. So unfortunately, they lose the chance because they miss something related to criteria. Make sure that you have a good balance of conservation, research, and action. Demonstrate that you have wide collaborative support from local communities or local organizations or national institutions. It's not necessary, but we always encourage you to contact the alumni of CLP, which you can do it through our website. And then always consider gender diversity, cultural background, and interdisciplinarity. Yeah, and that's it for me. If you want to scan this code or you want to write down, this is our webpage, our website, where you can check all our funding opportunities. You can check more about like what we do and where we work, the projects that we have supported so far. And if you have any questions, you can contact me through the email that's on the screen, and I will be more than happy to take questions if there are any questions. And thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. It says, how can our student register? Well, yes. You can actually access, well, the first thing is like, you should follow us on our social media. If you have LinkedIn, follow us also in LinkedIn, because that's where we are updating or giving you information about when our call for applications open. You cannot register to the program. You have to apply for a grant every year. And our next call for applications, it's next year until July. But I will recommend that you follow us on social media. Just look for Conservation Leadership Program on Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter, and you will find us. And also on LinkedIn, we are Conservation Leadership Program. We are the only program name like that all over the world, so it's very easy to find us. So yeah, you don't register, you just have to apply for that, but follow us and you will get more information about what do we do and when it's a time for you to actually apply.
All right, thank you very much. So I have another question.
Yes.
It says, what are the possibilities for internship programs? Is it possible to apply for internship programs between universities since you help with placement?
Oh, sorry. There's a lot of echo on your microphone, so I didn't gather fully your question. Sorry about that. If you could put it on the chat, that would be maybe better. Sorry, it's just there's a lot of echo in the background. I see another question that says, are there any opportunities for youth-based environmental organizations, and do you guys have trainings? Yes. So like I was saying, we are a grant program. So everything, it's through applying for our grants. So next year, for example, when the call for applications is open, you can develop a proposal. If you're a youth-based environmental organization, select 3, 4, 5 members that you would like to be part of that team. Develop a proposal. All our guidelines are on our website once the call for application is open. And yes, you can apply for sure. And actually, we encourage youth-based environmental organizations to apply, because the idea is to support early career conservationists, right? And we do have trainings, but these trainings are only available once you become part of the CLP alumni program. And like I said, we have so many trainings available once you become a part of this program. What are the possibilities of internship programs? Yes, like I was saying, these career placements that we open through each of the organizations, anyone can apply. So any of you, for example, next year we will open our career placement within or from BirdLife with any of our partner organizations. So in Nigeria, we have, for example, several organizations that are partners of BirdLife, and it doesn't mean that you have to be working with birds or anything. The career placements normally, it's like we identify someone from the local organization, we send them the opportunity, you apply, and you go through a selection process. And if you are selected, we normally offer 2 career placements, or 2 internships for a period of like 3 to 6 months. Normally it's 3, I think. And if you're selected, well, then you get to work with a local organization. So we're still not sure where are we going to open this career placement. Sometimes I believe this year might be Africa, actually, or Asia. But I can send all the information to Dr. Excellence once we have it, so he can pass it along to all of you. Are there possibilities of inter-university collaboration and internship? Well, as I was explaining, we only offer the current placements, and that has to be through the BirdLife and any of our affiliated organizations. But for example, with the Society for Ecological Restoration, we have a group here that works in BirdLife with ecological restoration. So we can maybe we can connect. Actually, one of my colleagues, she was asking me yesterday about the Society for Ecological Restoration in Nigeria. So maybe we can find a way of like doing some collaboration there. But all these I could share it with Dr. Excellence, or you can send me an email directly to me if you have more questions about it. And then there are age restrictions. No, we don't have age restrictions. It's something that we want to break that barrier, because we know that sometimes our life paths can change. Sometimes we start at different stages in our careers. You also don't need to have any formal education. We accept people that we consider that, you know, they didn't have the privilege or the opportunity to go to school. So in your team, if there's someone that hasn't gone through formal education, they are still eligible for applying, right? As long as they have less than 5 years of paid experience in conservation. So we have had team leaders that they are 4 years, or some team members that they are 45, 50 even. And they are part of the teams because they haven't really had experience with conservation. Their life path, their career path wasn't other things, but now they are really working into becoming more engaged with conservation. So yeah, there's not age restrictions. Someone would like to know if your presentation slides will be made available. I'll check that. Actually, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we can share this with Dr. Excellence. And yes, but if not, all the information that I show you, it's on our website. So I really encourage you to visit our website, because all this information is there, and you can also explore projects that have been based in Africa, and specifically in Nigeria. We have had many CLP alumni from Nigeria. Actually, it's one of our most popular countries. And so yeah, I would definitely recommend you to go and check social media and our website if you want to find more information about our program.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kala. Indeed, wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much for the invitation. This was very nice to do. Please reach out to us. We're more than happy to answer any questions. You can share any questions, concerns, doubts to our email direct. We're always very happy to answer to you. And if you have anything else to raise towards our program, then please contact us through social media too. You can always contact us through social media too. And yeah, thank you so much for the invitation, and I wish you all the best in your careers. And thank you so much to Dr. Excellence for this opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can.
All right. Yeah, that was indeed a very wonderful one from Dr. Carla. So on to the next speaker. We'll be moving to Dr. Ryan Campbell, who is the project manager for Team Up initiative. He currently serves as the project manager for the Team Up initiative at the University of Applied Sciences in Bernburg, Germany. And in his capacity, he leads an Erasmus Plus funded project focused on embedding ecological restoration principles into vocational education and training. And he also leads a lifelong learning program. So yeah, so we have Dr. Ryan Campbell here. So do you please have the floor?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, SER chapter at the University of Lagos for hosting this conference. I hope it's been good and inspiring for everybody. And yeah, thank you for the opportunity to present. My name is Ryan Campbell. I'm not a doctor. I have a master's degree in plant biology and a background in ecology and ecological restoration. I'm from America. I am from outside of Chicago. About 50 kilometers west of Chicago is where I grew up, and I did my training in plant biology and ecology in the tallgrass prairie ecosystem in the middle of the United States. There I worked as a restoration ecologist, actually, and a land manager, performing restoration, doing restoration on the ground for tallgrass prairie ecosystems, woodlands, oak savannas, wetlands, working with endangered plant species and animal species and so on, working with volunteers. The whole spectrum of ecological restoration is what I did in the United States for about 10 years. I now reside in Germany, about the western third of Germany, and we are, yeah, thank you. We are working on this project, which I'll share with you today. So we're trying to incorporate ecological restoration into vocational training with pilot schools in 4 different countries within Europe. So I will share my screen and then we can get started. Okay, you should be able to see the slides now, is that right? Okay. So, okay. So teaming up to restore. So what does that mean? So I'm at the Hochschule Anhalt, so the University of Applied Sciences here in Germany. And this project called Team Up is co-funded by the European Union. So the European Union has a grant program called Erasmus Plus. And colleagues of ours, they applied for this program to get funding from the European Union for 4 years. So this program runs from 2023. It started in June, and it runs until June of 2027. So we're just past about, just a little over a quarter of the way done. And we're teaming up to restore. So what that means is we're providing knowledge on ecological restoration practices to vocational students and lifelong learners as part of the EU Green Transition. Some of you may have heard that the European Union over the summer passed the Nature Restoration Law. It's kind of the first of its kind in the world, where nature is to be restored 30% of terrestrial lands and 30% of marine lands by 2030. And then those percentages go up as the decades go by. So hopefully we'll have healthy and vibrant and restored ecosystems across Europe in the years to come. It has challenges, of course, and one of those challenges is to have the workforce that you need to train and to carry out the work of restoration. And so that's where vocational students come in. That's also where lifelong learners come in. A lifelong learner is somebody who is maybe like Carla said, somebody who's maybe transitioning from a different career path or starting later in life. So we want to be able to teach them about ecological restoration as well, so they can acquire those skills. So the background and motivation of this, I talked a little bit about this now, but in Europe, we have 50 years of ecological restoration knowledge and skills that's been accumulated through various different types of knowledge pathways, through scientific knowledge, of course, and research, technical skills and technical knowledge of practitioners using different technologies out in the field to restore systems and processes, local traditional knowledge, traditional ecological knowledge, as well as local knowledge from very specific. That's something I learned in my work in the United States is you grow your roots where you are. And for me, it was really important to restore those ecosystems where I grew up. It was very a sense of pride. And we think that a lot of people have that same sense of pride when you're restoring ecosystems near your home. There are multiple political initiatives in Europe, across, of course, in the world. There's the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, which I think this conference is speaking to. In Europe, as I mentioned, we now, thankfully, have the Nature Restoration Law as part of the biodiversity strategy within the European Union. And then not from the nature conservation side, but from the education side, the European Union is really pushing a green economy transition. That's with the Osnabrück Declaration. So essentially what that means is that you have vocational schools and vocational students. They're coming against challenges of digital transformation. Digital technologies are changing very fast. Obviously we have climate change, and we have all kinds of issues with changing climate on ecosystems and on livelihoods and on society. And they need those green skills to be able to transition into a more sustainable economy, a more sustainable world, and ecological restoration plays a part of that. So there's a demand for skilled people, not just because of the laws that dictate these things, but we know these ecosystems need help, and human societies need to be protected from these catastrophic events of climate change and so on. So there's a demand for people. And so our goal is then to implement the initiatives of ecological restoration across different industries, not just amongst people like myself or yourselves that are at the university or strictly speaking, working for conservation, but also with farmers, working with foresters, those who work in the forestry divisions, working with landscapers and gardeners at EQF levels 4 and 5. So EQF means European Qualification Framework, and that just means essentially 4 and 5 means the education level at below the bachelor's level. So students that are doing secondary schools or vocational training. A previous project, which I'll speak to in just a moment, found that there was limited knowledge transfer across these different sectors and across regions in Europe. And so there was a real bottleneck in transferring knowledge on ecological restoration across space, across the different countries, and then also between the sectors within countries. So a project before Team Up was called the Trainer Project, and that lasted just for 1 year. And that was essentially a survey and focus group study. That was to understand what the needs were for training in vocational schools on the topic of ecological restoration. So the types of knowledge that they needed, who's involved in ecological restoration, what is the status of vocational training in regards to ecological restoration, how do we recommend improvements, and then again, talking about barriers to knowledge, exchange, and acquiring new knowledge. So what the Trainer Project found was there's 2 graphs there. The first graph on the left is the VET schools, the vocational education and training schools, so VET for short, not to be confused with veterinary school as it works with animals, but vocational education and training. And then continuous education. And continuing education means those students that are lifelong learners that maybe start later and they want to get a certificate in ecological restoration, maybe to upskill or to reskill and maybe get a promotion or something or switch jobs. So it was fairly consistent across both of the different groups. But what the Trainer Project found was that mostly these programs and these teachers and students were looking for, you can see the green down below, the basics in ecology, They were looking for basics in ecological restoration and also case studies. So how do they restore systems? And what are good examples of success? I should mention down below, you have the CZ, DE, on the x-axis, you have, that's Czech Republic, DE is Germany, NO is Norway, SP is Spain, and of course EU is the European Union. So they did also a European Union-wide survey as well as focused on these 4 specific countries. The colors that are brown up above, they also found those were more restoration methods. So how do you restore things? What are the methods involved? And then sector-specific measures. So things like, things that are involved in restoration at the private sector level or with an NGO. And how do you restore with different sectors if you're working in agriculture, if you're working in forestry, and so on. So they found that there's a real need for ecological restoration knowledge in vocational schools. And that's where Team Up comes in. So Team Up is sort of the offspring of the trainer project, and that's the project that I'm working on as the project manager now. It's an Erasmus Plus project that will mainstream practical knowledge on ecological restoration, and the key word is practical knowledge. So again, I mentioned these are EQF levels 4 and 5, so below the bachelor's level. So we're not trying to get too academic and too theoretical and too deep into the research, but we're trying to provide a broad base of practical knowledge on ecological restoration for these schools and for these programs. The vision of the Team Up project is to aid in the facilitation and facilitating the upscaling of ecological restoration practices across Europe. In Africa, in Europe, in the United States, in other places, they are doing lots of ecological restoration practices. But the goal is that in order to meet the challenges of today, so that we can have healthy, sustainable communities for tomorrow, we need to upscale these practices, and there needs to be more ecological restoration done in different ways in different places. So one of the ways we facilitate the upscaling is we create and share knowledge, we create and share the different tools, the methods, and then the training and resources used to practice ecological restoration. And the second thing we do is we take all of that knowledge, tools, and training that we create with this project, and we make it openly available through an open educational resources platform. So there's no cost barrier, there's no financial barrier to anybody. And it will not just be available in Europe, it'll be available all over the world, as I'll talk about later. I just briefly want to talk about the objectives of Team Up. There are 8 different objectives. We'll dive a little bit more into this later, but the objectives of our project are to develop these ecological restoration curricula for vet schools. So the curricula are that's the teaching, right? That's all of the educational material that was found to be lacking from the trainer project. The trainer project found that we need ecological restoration curricula, and so now Team Up is creating that curricula. And to give you a status update, that's what we're doing right now. We're creating the curricula, and it's actually being taught just since I think the first class started in November. So we're implementing the 4 specific curricula as open educational resources, and that is the second objective. So that is happening now at the 4 different schools. So we have 4 different vocational schools in each country, in Spain, in Germany, in Norway, and Czech Republic. The third objective is to use and advance the demonstration sites to spur hands-on skills. So demonstration sites, these are ecological restoration demonstration sites. That is, each country will have several different demonstration sites to showcase best practices for ecological restoration using the SER global standards. The fourth objective is to foster reciprocal exchange. So what that means is that the different schools are working with each other as well as part of this pilot project. So there's a lot of exchange of knowledge. Not like in the Czech Republic, for example, the curriculum is a little bit different than the curriculum in Spain, because the ecosystems in Spain are different than those in the Czech Republic. But there's also an exchange of knowledge to say, okay, these are the basics of ecological restoration we're teaching in Spain, and also in Germany, and also in the Czech Republic and Norway. So they're talking with each other and working together. The fifth objective is to initiate international knowledge exchange. That involves not just talking with the schools talking to each other, but that involves the students and the teachers that we pick a handful of students and teachers to actually go on international exchanges. So next year in May of 2025, for example, I think 5 students from each school will go to the Czech Republic with their teachers and with interpreters, and then they will learn about ecological restoration in the Czech Republic, both at the vocational school, at the university setting that is also a partner, and then also out in the field at some of the nature preserves where they have peatland restoration, where they have mining restoration, and so on. And we'll initiate those exchanges twice. So that'll be happening next year in the Czech Republic. That'll be happening the year after in Norway. Showing the added value is our sixth objective. So that means ecological restoration as a business model. So not just the curricula, not just exchanges, but also talking, especially I'm talking to mostly college students, I think that ecological restoration can be a very valuable business model and a career opportunity. We heard from Carla just before about all the different career opportunities and career, financial mechanisms to propel you on your career. And so part of our job as the Team Up project is we're trying to show the different vocational students, you can do this training in ecological restoration and you can start your own business doing that. Or you can become a part of a different business doing that. The seventh objective is to communicate on education of ecological restoration. So that's just basically communicating the project, something I'm doing now, right? We're talking about Team Up in Europe, giving to a conference in Lagos. But I think it's relevant because I think there are also vocational schools where you are, and also those principles that we'll have available here could be used there as well. And sustainability and long-term impact. So that essentially just means we want to have a sustainable long-term impact of the project. The project lasts 4 years, but the knowledge that we're creating, the resources we're creating, those will go well on into the future so that they can hopefully help build up the skills for that workforce that we're talking about. So a little bit more concrete, the Team Up project is made of 15 partners from 5 different countries. The vocational schools you can see on the left-hand side. The scientific partners in the middle there, and then the sector partners on the right-hand side. So the sector partners are mostly, it's either non-for-profit organizations or it's private businesses. So we want to involve the businesses because they're the ones that are going to say in the future, there's a demand for ecological restoration skills, and we don't have those skills, but we want students with those skills so that we can hire them, or we want lifelong learners who transition into a new career or maybe want to upskill. We want those skills so that you can work for us, so that we can be a part of this ecological restoration movement. Here are the partners spelled out. So we have as I mentioned, the vocational schools, the scientific partners, mostly universities within the different countries, and then the sector partners. I wanted to point out the sector partner, the last sector partner. So one of our partners of the project is the European chapter of the Society for Ecological Restoration, so SER Europe. They're one of our big partners. We're working with them on this open educational resources platform that they will host on their website for the long term, so that these resources are available for years and years to come. There are several work packages. I don't want to talk too much about this, but just to let you know, each grant like this has several work packages. And the main things is like work pack WP2, you can see cooperative module development. So that's the group that's working on the curricula. Work package 3 is working on that open educational resources platform. So essentially an online, we're calling it the Digital Ecological Restoration Toolbox, so the DIRTO. And this digital ecological restoration toolbox will be openly available with all of the curricula that's made, all of the teaching examples, and as well as the virtual demonstration sites and so on. Is there a question? If there's not a question, I'd ask you to please mute your microphone. Thank you. Work package 4, then talking about pilot implementation and evaluation. So work package 4 is evaluating the curricula. Work package 5 is working on those business models and funding and governance. And work package 6 is the national outreach and integration into further education. So not just the vocational schools that we're working with on the project, but trying to integrate the ecological restoration training material into other vocational schools within the project countries, and then also other countries, both within Europe and globally. And then work package 7 is looking at the European exchange and then the impact of the project overall. So the way that we do this is this Erasmus Plus project is a part of something called a COVI, a Center of Vocational Excellence. And so a Center of Vocational Excellence is a couple of different things. And I wanted to point that out. So a center of vocational excellence has to do with striving in excellence in vocational training. And they do that through holistic learner-centered approaches. So they're actually focusing on the student and the learner. And they're trying to, holistic basically meaning that they have these key stakeholders. If you look at point 2, they bring together these key stakeholders forming a knowledge triangle. So that's the business partner or the NGO, that's the vocational school, and then that's the scientific partner, basically the expert in ecological restoration. And then each country has this knowledge triangle, these key stakeholders, and they're the ones working together to create this vocational excellence center. It's not a building, it's not a physical location, but it's more of an idea. It's something that so in our project, for example, we're creating 4 centers of vocational excellence, 1 for each country. And again, those national partners are working together to develop curricula and business opportunities and demand and so on of ecological restoration in vocational training. So that supports knowledge transfer from the universities, from the sector partners into the vocational schools. And then the vocational schools acquire those green skills, those ecological restoration skills, and then they go out into the workforce, they use those and hopefully contribute to restoring ecosystems. So the Team Up project creates 4 different COVIs to fill gaps in green vocational training. The different COVIs in each country have a little bit of a different focus. In Germany, for example, we're focusing on agricultural systems. So looking at sustainable land use and multifunctional land use in agricultural systems. An example of that would be field margins where they plant crops on the edges of those fields to plant, instead of just mowing grass or something, to plant wildflower strips. That's one example of restoration on a small scale, is to plant wildflower strips and to teach them how to do those things for pollinators and so on. In Norway, they're looking at restoration of old infrastructure. So essentially taking away infrastructure and restoring geologic and hydrologic processes to the landscape. And then ecological compensation and landscaping. Landscaping is really big and important in Norway. And so those landscape gardeners and that vocational training, they're really eager to learn about ecological restoration because there's a big demand for landscape gardeners to perform ecological restoration practices across Norway. And we're going to use that and hopefully do that also then in Germany and the Czech Republic and Spain and provide those resources then for everybody. In the Czech Republic, we're looking at restoration across urban and rural landscapes. And then in Spain, forest restoration and disaster risk management. So in Spain, you can imagine they have a lot of wildfires and they have a Mediterranean climate. And so they're looking at how do they restore forests and how do they manage forests and replant maybe some native species after wildfire to help restore those types of ecosystems. So to give you a few examples, the next couple of slides are actual examples of how they are working on the curricula in the different schools, how they're integrating ecological restoration knowledge into the curricula. So in the Czech Republic, the school is the Benešov Agricultural College. Benešov is working, they have a program called Design of Urban Greening. And what they've done is they've added Team Up ecological restoration curricula into this existing program. And so they're starting, I think, in next month, starting their teaching courses for the first time. And so they have an existing program that was started actually with a different Erasmus Plus project called ePlug. ePlug is the European platform for urban greening. So that's all about resources for cities like Lagos and big cities in Europe as well, and big cities all over the world to do things like green roofs, green walls, vertical green, using blue and green infrastructure, let's say, to make more cities more livable, more biodiverse, and so on. That's what that project was about. And so Team Up is kind of almost a sister project to that, where we're focusing on ecological restoration. So that's how Benešov is incorporating ecological restoration into their curricula. In Germany, at the agricultural school in Haddensleben, they have mandatory English lessons. And so what they decided to do was they decided to teach the basics of ecology and ecological restoration while they're while the students are having their mandatory English lessons. So the students are learning about English and or learning English, but at the same time, they're learning about ecology and ecological restoration. And then after that course is finished, then they have an optional course, which is more ecological restoration methods and hands-on for ecological restoration that they can take. That'll be in German, of course, but then they can take that if they would like to. So 2 different schools and 2 different methods. And the following 2 vocational schools, VEA is the Norway's green vocational school. They're actually just creating new courses on nature restoration for their students. So VEA is pretty much the only green vocational school in Norway. Norway is a relatively small country. It's a large country geographically, but a relatively small population. Norway only has a population of 4 million people. So they don't have a lot of vocational schools. This is the only one working with landscape gardening and so on, which is kind of nice because then when we work on integrating their these courses into their curriculum, then it covers the whole country. So in Norway, they'll be teaching things about peatland restoration. As you can imagine, there are a lot of peatlands in Norway and rivers and streams as well. So trying to remove dams and trying to restore biodiversity there. They're working on flower meadow restoration and then general green training, which is essentially basics in ecology. And in Spain, in El Palmaral, they're working on they did a comprehensive review of existing courses. So they teach agricultural studies, they teach forestry, they teach different things like that. And they decided what the best way that they would approach it was they would take the ecological restoration modules, the focus courses, and they would just precisely insert them into already existing content. And so the forestry group is getting some training on ecological restoration. The agricultural group is getting some training on ecological restoration, and so on. And so it's a little bit tailored to those specific courses that already exist. But cumulatively, those students in that school will have a cumulative training in ecological restoration. So it's kind of interesting that each vet school is doing it a little bit differently, that what works for them. So we're restoring ecosystems with skills ecosystems. So what that means is a couple of different things. Skills ecosystems, you're talking about all these different skills that that workers can have and that students can acquire. One of those the 2 main things that we're working on in Team Up are green skills and digital skills. And those are also the main 2 skills that the European Union would like to see more prevalent so that the upcoming workforce can incorporate those with students. So green skills means learning by doing. So these are vocational students. They work with their hands a lot. It's conceptual, but it's also very practical. So that's why we have these demonstration sites. And that's why they'll be doing site preparations, implementations of a restoration plan. So working with different types of biota, different types of organisms, plants, animals, and so on. They'll learn about managing for biodiversity, things like that. They'll learn about monitoring, ecological monitoring, and how that's important for restoration, and how after you monitor, you do adaptive management and so on. And then there's these international knowledge exchanges so that students in Spain will also get to see ecosystems in Norway, and students in Czech Republic will get to see ecosystems in Spain and Norway and Germany and so on. So they'll be learning by doing. They'll be not just learning in the classroom, but we'll have demonstration sites either on the school campuses or nearby that they'll be helping to restore and use as sort of teaching sites. When it comes to digital skills, we're innovating the use of virtual reality. So it's not just about classroom teaching and it's not just about learning in the field, but it's also about virtual reality. So there's another component of Team Up in which we're creating all of these demonstration sites will actually be virtual demonstration sites. So our students, our project partners are collecting 360-degree photographs, for example, and interactive photographs, and they're developing virtual demonstration sites so that the students and the teachers can learn also in the classroom. Some of these ecological restoration sites are very hard to get to, takes a lot of permits to get there, or it's very far away. But if they can learn virtually in the classroom, either with headsets or with Google Cardboards or something, or also with laptops or tablets, that's also possible. So we're developing these virtual demonstration sites. We're training the teachers how to use the VR equipment and so on. And then the students and the teachers will also create their own virtual demonstration sites of the sites that they are restoring themselves. We as a project team are creating the more, let's say, the more advanced virtual demonstration sites for them to learn from the best cases, and then they will also create their own virtual demonstration sites based on what they're restoring at their school or nearby. It's also about European mobility or mobility in general of students. International mobility is quite important. And so we have these, as I mentioned, we have these short-term international exchanges. Next year is the Czech Republic and the year after in Norway. And so it will be not just vocational students, but it will also be higher education. So it'll be students at the universities will also participate. They will interact with the vocational students and teach them what they know, and they'll learn together in a common environment for up to a week. The vocational students get to learn about new ecosystems and different types of ecological restoration practices. As I mentioned, peatlands in Norway are very important, but in Spain, it might not be something that's a big deal. So they want to learn more about the different ecosystems in the different countries. It helps broaden their overall knowledge. It widens their international perspectives, and it's a good way to collaborate and meet other students. So ecological restoration as a business model. This is really important because of the nature restoration law. Now, I think because it was passed, and it was barely passed, but it was, now that it was barely passed over the summertime, each member state of the European Union, so each country, is coming up with national restoration plans, national ecological restoration plans. And we hope and we assume that what's going to happen is that these countries there's going to be a big demand for these skills. And so that's the whole kind of the concept behind it, is we want to be able to provide this education and training material now to vocational schools and to test it now so that it can be available, and then to make it freely available and openly available for all of the different schools and businesses to use it as they need it. So what we're looking at here is local and regional SMEs. So that's small to medium-sized enterprises. So that's not the big corporations. It's the small businesses, the medium-sized businesses, less than 50 employees. They could upscale. We already did a market analysis, and we wrote a report on that, and that's available on our website to review. Those local and regional small businesses dominate the ecological restoration business sector in the 4 countries that we're studying, and they could have the potential to upscale, but they are missing the technological expertise. The businesses need that expertise in ecological restoration to move into the ecological restoration market. So sectoral, there are different model niches. So that means business to government is B to G. So what we found was that most small businesses are providing native seeds, for example. You can see a picture in the lower right. They're providing native seeds as seed growers to government entities, so to like national parks or to regional parks or local municipalities to do their restoration work. But there's a lot of potential for innovation. There's a lot of potential for upscaling there. We're also looking at case studies. So several businesses from each country have already given their information to highlight challenges that they have moving into the ER market. And when I say ER, I mean ecological restoration, success that they've had, and the trends that they have now and trends that they see in the future. So that, again, that market demand for green skills. The second main component of what we're working on is what's called an ideathon. So an ideathon is like a hackathon, if maybe you've heard of that, it's an event where each country will host this event at least once, and it's to generate innovative ideas and feedback. So the businesses that are involved and the NGOs that are involved will come to the students and they'll say, these are the problems we're having with moving into the market, or these are the problems we're having expanding and upscaling. What ideas do you have? Let's come up with solutions together. And so this is an opportunity for the business sector, the private sector, as well as the NGOs and the students to work together to come up with real world solutions to real world issues and real world problems. And then we're transferring these ideas and this feedback into the curriculum every year, so that the students will then learn more about the business models and the success stories of how you can incorporate and become your own business focusing on ecological restoration. The last main part of the project before I close is, at least for this section, is to remove barriers. So we talk about removing barriers. And as I mentioned, the main product is the educational resources that we're creating. The main host, the main platform that we'll be using we'll be using what's called open educational resources, so an OER platform. So we're creating a digital ecological restoration toolbox that is teaching material that will be able to be downloaded, it'll be able to be modified. For example, all of the curricula that's created in the different countries will be in the national languages, but all of the curricula will also, and the teaching material will also be in English. So for example, a vocational school in Spain, or a vocational school in Sweden, or a vocational school in Croatia, or a vocational school in Nigeria could download this material, could modify it to their own needs, and then so this will all be Creative Commons, right? It'll be licensed through Creative Commons. They'll just license it the same way, acknowledging that what we've done, and they can teach it in their own vet schools, so that teachers who would like to use it and incorporate ecological restoration can do that. We're going to have these virtual reality demonstration sites on this DIRTO. So the virtual demonstration sites will be able to be used as an educational resource. We'll have the business resources, as I mentioned, on this. So you heard earlier, I think earlier today or yesterday, from Bethany Walder, so the executive director of SER. So we're working currently with SER to talk about hosting courses on ecological restoration on the SER website. So we're hosting this digital toolbox with SER Europe, and then we're hoping to host the courses with SER Global. Again, it'll be free, an open access educational material, which will help enhance skills of students and workers across countries and continents. And then we're hoping to offer a certificate of course completion. So that's where SER would come in, where SER would offer a certificate of course completion. They've successfully completed the courses, and these courses would be MOOCs, so a massive open online course, freely available, free to take. Probably would have to pay for the certificate if you wanted it, but the course would be free. And then potentially for the students looking at micro-credentials and certifying them through micro-credentials. And these credentials and certificates really increase mobility of the students so that they can travel and that they can use their skills not just where they live, but if they need to travel for work or they want to move to another location, those skills are applicable also in those places. I have two short examples I wanted to dive into, but I also wanted to take a break for questions if that was possible. I think we're okay on time. If there are any questions at the moment, I'm happy to answer some on everything I've presented. Otherwise, I'll move on to the next portion.
The questions are in the chat box.
In the chat, I see it. Okay. Are there any opportunities for youth-based environmental organizations? And do we have trainings? We will have trainings, right? So this digital ecological restoration toolbox will be available. It's not live yet. The first round, the first draft, let's say, is going to be live in June of 2025. So it's still in the development phase. Once this product is available online, there will be trainings to how to use the DIRTO, how to access it. It will be mostly for the teachers of the vocational schools, but a youth-based environmental organization could take part in learning how to use the DIRTO and what is available, what resources are there. We're planning to host a webinar and so on. That's from Brian Caiallo. So if you're interested, please feel free to get a hold of me, and I can put your name on a list, and we could let you know when those webinars are going to take place. Thanks, Brian. What are possibilities of internships? Yeah, this might have been from Carla. Yeah. Okay. So two questions. I see now. So Corey Franklin, sorry about that. How do we go about the demonstration site if we have one in mind? Demonstration sites. So the demonstration sites, if you have one in mind, yeah, so it's interesting. Right now we're only focusing on the demonstration sites of the project countries, because those are the ones that we have to develop as part of the grant requirements. We will have criteria, so different things that we want to include. Corey, I see your message. So after after I answer these questions, maybe it might answer your question once I show you a little bit of what we're doing with the virtual demonstration sites, because it's still in development. Can you be partners with us? Possibly. Please get a hold of me, because there is a possibility after 2027 for an upscaling grant. So there are opportunities for countries outside of the European Union to be partners with European Union countries like Germany. So we're thinking about upscaling this grant, or this project, I should say. So yes, so please get a hold of me, and we can talk about maybe upscaling and being a part of the next grant application in a couple of years. But certainly you could take advantage of our curricula and material as soon as it's ready. So question 3, is the Cove project something we can adopt in Nigeria? Yes, I think so. I believe there are coves in Nigeria. I have to check. Restoration of degraded habitats, absolutely. I would look into that. I don't know if they're exactly called coves, but yeah, vocational excellence. Talked about curriculum being adopted to vocational schools. Can it be adopted to colleges and high school? Certainly, I think so. I think some of the material we're creating, one of the German lessons are at the sort of just at the bachelor's level, so it could be for colleges or universities. Mostly, I would think there are some MOOCs out there, some of those massive open online courses that are available specifically through SER and the United Nations. They have one that's available, and I think that's more geared, I'm not quite sure if it's geared towards university students or not, but I think it can certainly be adapted, yes. I mean, high school level is probably, yeah, EQF level 3 or 4. So yeah, our vocational students are at levels 4 and 5, so I think that's possible. So moving on, how do we go about the demonstration site if we have one in mind? I see those questions already. Thank you. And from Brian, is there a Team Up Africa team? No, not that well, maybe. I don't know. I'm not aware of that, because Team Up is the specific sort of project name for this project. And because it's through European Union funding, it's made up of, at the moment, just European Union countries or European countries. Eligibility on partnership. I think I spoke to eligibility on partnership. So it is possible to have countries from other continents involved. Absolutely. I know of China, and I'm trying to think of others, maybe Pakistan, and there might be Nigeria might be there. I don't know. There are many COVI projects. You can look at them. You could find them online if you search Center of Vocational Excellence to find maps and lists of all the different projects. Some of the COVI projects are working on things like green textiles, green hydrogen, wind farms, solar panels, yeah, green fashion, all kinds of things like that. So we're the only one that's working on ecological restoration. And is it possible to collaborate a student exchange from India? Possibly. I think that the student exchanges, the criteria are listed on the website for the European Union. I'm aware of several programs, and if you're interested in learning more about what the criteria are for student exchanges, and if India could participate, for example, you could send me a message and I could point you to the right direction to find out more. So I will move on unless there are more questions. That was the bulk of the general presentation on Team Up, but I will keep going. Let's see. Yeah. So there's a couple of things that we talked about that I talked about in the Team Up project, and one of them is defining learning objectives. We talk about the different curricula, and so there's a way to do that. We have 15 different partners, and that means about 70 different individual people. You have university partners from different countries that have different backgrounds, different levels of expertise in ecological restoration. So what we wanted to do when we were defining the learning objectives was we wanted to ask this question: What are the pillars of restoration ecology that should be included in all of the curricula, regardless of country or ecosystem, right? Because we were talking about ecosystems from the Arctic tundra all the way down into the Mediterranean climates and everything in between. So we have quite a big broad band of ecosystems. So what are some of these pillars? So this is the question we asked, and we started by, I should say, point out this book down below, this cited here, Palmer et al. From 2016. This is the second edition of the Foundations of Restoration Ecology. So we used that as the very first reference and where to start. So I wanted to just show you a little bit of the background of the methodology and how we answer this question, and how we created these overarching learning objectives across countries and ecosystems, and then how each country, because it's important not just to talk about the overarching objectives, it's important that each country has their own learning objectives when it comes to the curricula, because they need to teach the students about what's in their backyard, right? They need to teach the students about what's nearby them. So this was to ensure that the basics of ecological restoration were covered within each learning objective. Particularly from the trainer project, we found that most students wanted to learn about the basics in ecology, basics of ecological restoration, and restoration methods and monitoring. So I'm going to stop sharing, but I'm going to share a different screen. So if I can, I'll share this one. Okay, so you should be able to see a different screen now. And so this is what we've done, or what we did at the beginning of the project. So here's this question up above. So what are the pillars of restoration ecology? And what we did was we had these different sources down below. We have the different academic resources. So Foundations of Restoration Ecology, right from SER, the International Principles and Standards, from George Gahn et al. In 2019. The Standards of Practice from the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, which is similar to Gahn et al. And then a primer of ecological restoration. This is a nice book by Karen Hull out of Santa Cruz in California, because this is written very much for practitioners. This is a book that is more geared towards people practicing ecological restoration, which is what I did for 10 years. And it's helpful for vocational students. So we started with these sources, and we started with that question. And then from the Foundations of Ecological Restoration book, I can show you, there were these different themes. So there's different themes about ecological restoration and restoration ecology, about history playing a critical role, biologic and genetic diversity, environmental heterogeneity at multiple scales. So all of these different themes and contexts to ecological restoration that I think most of you are familiar with, environmental filters and species interactions and so on. So these were the different themes. These are persistent themes across restoration ecology. So then we had these questions that were also from that same book, from the Foundations of Restoration Ecology. So these were questions from a table that was in that book right at the very beginning, from table 1.2. What is restoration ecology? The relationship between ecology and restoration. Has an ecosystem moved into an irreversible state? Will recovery trajectories lead towards alternative states, and so on? So all of these different things. And so what we did was we looked at these different questions. I'll just show you a few more here. So will species interactions and order of introduction influence restoration trajectory, right? So there's a lot of science about that. So we talk about abiotic and biotic filters. How can restoration maintain landscape variability and enhance biodiversity, trophic interactions, nutrient dynamics, and so on. Carbon storage, right? So we're trying to cover all of these large topics for restoration ecology. And the orange boxes are what we call the pillars of ecological restoration. So what are the pillars that we want to include in the restoration curriculum for these students? So from these questions, the green questions, we came up with these different pillars. So we came up with different things like, passive restoration versus active restoration or process-based restoration, reference ecosystems, alternative stable states, succession, right? So all these different things you probably have heard of and probably know about and use in your own studies and in your own work. Effective population size, species reintroductions, carbon sources versus carbon sinks, trophic cascades, patch mosaics and intermediate disturbance hypothesis, and so on. So these became the pillars of ecological restoration. And what we did was we had all of the scientific experts in our project and everybody else look at these and add to them and make comments and so on. And once we figured out what these were, then what we did was we turned these into learning objectives. And these different learning objectives then were used to guide the curricula. So everything that's now being taught in the schools is based on this background process of how we decided what are the main themes that we want to talk about. I'll stop sharing there. But then I wanted to go back to the presentation. Okay. Right, so this was to ensure that the basics were covered in each learning objective. And that was a really helpful exercise for all of us to do because all of us come from different backgrounds and different levels of expertise. And it was a way for us all a bunch of different partners to get on the same page and to say, all right, what are the things that really are important that we want to cover? What should the students know? Remember, this is below the bachelor's level, so it's not going to be very complex. It's not going to be highly scientific. It's going to be more practical and more hands-on. But it was very helpful for the students and for the staff to learn those things. What I can show you now, what I wanted to show you then, was that we have then came up with these curricula and these learning objectives, and I can show you one here. Yeah. Sorry for all the jumping around, but hopefully this is. So this is in Norway. So then Norway decided these are the different courses that they have at the VEA vocational school. 4 standalone courses. They have Nature Restoration Intro, Introduction to Flower Meadows, Introduction to Peatlands, and the number of hours. So introduction about it, and then establishment and maintenance of flower meadows. So think species-rich grasslands. Flower meadow maintenance, from peatlands, legislation about peatlands and administrative tools, because those are wetlands and there's a lot of legislation involved with peatlands because of the carbon issues. Construction and engineering a bog. So how do you sort of re-wet a peatland? And then practical days. So here's here's their different curricula. Languages in Norwegian. So then they have the different the teaching hours, and they have different learning objectives. I'm going to scroll down here just a little bit more. So here we go. So here's the learning objectives, and this is what each school did. So you can imagine this. There's basics in ecology, and then there's more advanced course. You can see that it's the curricula for the basic course, but there was also one for the advanced course. So the learning objectives talking about ecosystem functions and services. We tried to base that on most courses because ecosystem services are relevant for human societies, and that's why farmers should pay attention to ecological restoration. That's why foresters and people who are in fisheries should pay attention to ecological restoration, because these are services that ecosystems provide, that nature provides us. And if we can restore those services and make them sustainable and better, that's good for their business as well. So this is how we did it. So right now, all of this will be available online in the future, but it's not quite there yet because we're still testing out the teaching. So this is how it's done. And then case studies, visualization of demonstration sites using virtual reality. So all of this will be available and modifiable. So this is how a little deeper look into the. I think I'm running out of time a little bit, but that's okay because I wanted to. Good. So we'll stop sharing. And then I wanted to share this again. So the last thing I wanted to mention was the virtual reality, because some people might be more interested in this aspect than some of the other aspects. Go back. Yep. Okay. So we have virtual reality we're creating virtual demonstration sites. These are 360-degree virtual tours, learning about ecological restoration methods in the classroom. It's an innovative way to present and to experience the various topics interactively without actually being there. Right now, we're working on creating 12 baseline demonstration sites, 3 per COVI, so 3 per country, showcasing best practices in ecological restoration. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's a little bit more digital skills and developing digital skills as well as green skills. I wanted to show this picture because this looks like a warped photograph, and it is. It's like fisheye lens, but it's actually from a 360-degree camera. So this is a bog in the Czech Republic that was passively restored. It was mined for peat for over 100 years, and then it was left abandoned for over 100 years. And now it's slowly restoring itself it's restoring all by itself. So it's passive restoration. And we took a tour through this in October. So one of my colleagues, we have a 360-degree camera. There are also apps. You can use a cell phone and you can just take a bunch of pictures, and then the app will sort of stitch the pictures together into a 360-degree camera, to the 360-degree picture. But this is what it looks like when it's just two-dimensional. And then inside, so the goal is we'll have these different three-dimensional pictures that a student can learn from. And inside, they'll have different things talking about methods of restoration, what species of interest there are, if there are red list species from IUCN, if there are invasive species they need to worry about, what types of management do they need to do, and so on. So there'll be all these different information boxes and individual pictures and so on. This is obviously someone else. This guy is harvesting seed, native seeds from wildflowers in Germany. But it's the idea that you have these three-dimensional photographs that will be more virtual, and then you'll also have these still photographs and text boxes and so on. So I just wanted to show you how that works, and then I'm going to show you a very brief example of the site, if I can share the last thing. So this is also just a very basic draft. You should now be able to see yeah, this screen where you have an image of Spain and Portugal and Northern Africa. And this is something that they created, one of our more technologically advanced partners. They're working on creating this this site. So this is just the draft, like a home base, let's say. And so what they did, they can incorporate with all kinds of different information they want. And then you can click from place to place. Again, this is a draft. This is not anywhere close to where it needs to be, but I wanted to show you what it looks like. So this is what a 360-degree photo turns into when you use it as a virtual tour. So you're actually in the location. This is a shrubland in the Mediterranean in the south of Spain, in Valencia. And then we can add photographs about species of interest, for example. You can have information here about identifying species. You can have quizzes for the students to use. You can talk about maybe this is an endangered species that's really important, or maybe it's an important bird habitat, or maybe it's an invasive species that you want to control. So you can have all kinds of still photographs put in here. You can actually jump from place to place. So you can go back, and then you can actually jump within the same location, but then you can go from place to place. Let me do that one more time. And he didn't link them between the photographs, but you can also link them between the photographs. And then you can go to these different locations. And you can travel, and you can see, maybe this is just an example. This might be for, trying to control erosion and trying to restore vegetation so that erosion is not a problem, and so on. You can add text, you can add 2D pictures, you can add video, you can add audio. So once these are developed fully, these are really going to become really interesting tools in the classroom to use. So I just wanted, again, to share with you just a brief example of how this is being created and where we're going with it. So with that, I think I wanted to simply, yeah, just say thank you for your attention. I'm sorry, I forgot I had this slide. So this is the 3D virtual tours. So there's these different layers that they can create. Again, can go from a site, you can go in the springtime, in the summertime, in the fall, in the winter. You can go travel from you can travel through seasons at one location, or you can go through different layers. So we can, with a virtual tour, you can talk about planning the ecological restoration. As I mentioned, what invasive species are present, what processes need to be restored, what disturbances are there that are degrading the habitat. You can go through different virtual, sort of a game almost, a virtual reality game of implementing your restoration measures or your restoration practices. And we think that game aspect might be really useful to students. They might really latch on to that. And then also monitoring, how monitoring is really important. What are you monitoring for? How do you monitor? What are you looking for? What is success? What's failing? And then how do you adapt your management to be successful in the future? So this can all be done. Obviously, this is done in the real world, but this can also be done virtually for the students to learn as a learning tool. So these things, again, will be available. And that's all. I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. Maybe we can collaborate in the future, but this is a good opportunity. I think if you stay involved with us, we're on LinkedIn. If you look up Team Up on LinkedIn or on Instagram, we're also there, and you can find our website online, teamuptorestore.eu, and feel free to ask any questions. Otherwise, thanks so much for the opportunity, and I hope you have a successful rest of your conference.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for
Thanks.
the presentation.
Thank you.
It was really engaging on front field, and the fact that it's trying to apply AI and virtual reality to ecological restoration. It's a new trend in which ecologists and conservationists are trying to like adopt, and it's more practical, less theoretical and all that. Yeah, concerning the app you mentioned, I would like to ask, is it free? Is it something we have to pay and stuff like that? And you also said something about the app taking pictures and turning it into virtual reality moments. So I don't know if it's something we can also apply here. Yeah,
Yeah.
and also I would love to know the name of the app. So.
Right. So, so all of the material we're creating, the curriculum, the teaching materials, the virtual demonstration sites for learning, that will all be freely available to access and use through the Creative Commons license on the Society for Ecological Restoration Europe's website, also through the Team Up website, and hopefully through SER Global's website. But that's not going to be live. The first draft is, again, live in June of 2025. We'll do sort of a revision, and then the full version will be unveiled in 2026. So it's still a little ways away. The app, I don't know the name of the app. I can find out. You can contact me. Again, if you go to teamuptorestore.eu, on the contact page is my picture and my email address. Feel free to send me a message. My colleague, he can tell me what that is. We use the 360 camera, but yeah, again, we have other colleagues who are trying it out with a cell phone, and you can use a cell phone to take the different pictures, up and down and middle and sort of in a circle, and then the apps will stitch it together for you to create those three-dimensional worlds. But I don't know the name of it, so you may have to contact me, and I can send that information to you. It's possible I could send it to Dr. Excellence as well, and then he could share it.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
And
thanks
then
so much.
also, I have another final question. And what are the possibilities for training, especially when it comes to student training, and also trainings that has to do with virtual reality, so we can also create a sort of virtual reality in our environment, something indigenous, something local. When you keep talking about environments in Europe, environments, but when you want to practicalize in an indigenous place like this, you need to make people familiarize or people need to be able to be familiar with the environment, be able to adopt the learning skills and objectives and outcome and all that. So are there possibilities for us to be able to be trained so that we can adopt it in our local space and also our community? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a wonderful question, and the answer is yes. I'm really glad you asked that because it's something I didn't say and I should have. Our colleagues just did a training for the teachers, so the teachers don't. I mentioned the students will create their own sort of virtual demonstration sites on a kind of a basic level. But that's exactly what you're talking about is creating virtual demonstration sites where you live, that to make it important for you, to make it important for the people you interact with, for the stakeholders, to get people engaged and students engaged. Yes. So one of my colleagues hosted a webinar that was recorded that gives the basics in how do you do this? How do you create this? Not just taking the three-dimensional pictures, but then what do you do afterwards? You take the three-dimensional pictures and then the two-dimensional pictures and so on and everything else you want. And how do you turn it into a virtual tour for ecological restoration at your own site? It could be in Nigeria, it could be in Germany, it could be in America. Yeah, exactly right. So we will have this webinar. It will also be on this digital ecological restoration toolbox starting in June. It's not there now, but it will be available starting in June. I think we're going to also include some of that. So if you please contact me, I think we're going to include some of that sooner than June. So because we have to report to the European Union on what we've done in the past year, and that is the webinar that I'm talking about. So the webinar is to train the teachers, but it can be also used by anybody to learn how to do it. So there's different free software that we've used, like Lumi and H5P, to create these virtual sites, to create the virtual tours. And that's something that you definitely can do from your own home and your own university. Yep. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Ryan, for your presentation. I want to find out how I can use some of the apps for research. Are they academically approved? That's one. And then number two, I mean, can they be used in classroom research work? And then also, I also like to ask, are they free? Do they have free versions? Like that 360 T3 virtual talk have. Is it free or something that can have free version? Or how accessible are they? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Are they academically improved and are they freely accessible? Freely accessible, yes, I believe so. My understanding is that they are. I have not personally used them, but I do have a colleague that has and that does, and other colleagues they're testing different things that are free and some things that are not free, and just trying to understand what's the best for them at the professional level, and then also for the students, because also, yeah, the students want to use things that are free. If they're academically approved, I'd have to look into that as well. I don't know about the free apps, but I can say that the software that we use that is free, that's called Lumi. I can write it in the chat. That's Lumi and H5P. That is all academically approved, and it's free. But yeah, regarding the apps, I would have to find out, and then you could contact me, and I could get your info or let you know.
All right. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation, and also dealing with our questions. Yeah, so if you have further questions for our presenter, you could reach out to him via his email. I don't know, you could also help us put down your email in the chat box. So if you have any further questions, we'll reach out to you concerning the virtual reality apps and all that. Yep. So thank you very much, Campbell. So it was nice having you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity. I wish you all a nice conference.
Yeah, and you too. So we'll be moving to next speaker for the day, which is Jack Roth. Right? I don't know if she's online.
It's me. Hello.
Oh yeah, she
Hello.
is. She is.
Guy, I need to speak.
Hello.
It's
Yeah,
excellent.
she is.
Yeah,
So Jack Roth, you have the floor, Dr. Jack Roth, right?
yes.
Jagruti, okay, yeah, Jagruti, sorry.
Yeah, no issue.
Dr. Jack Roth. Yeah, you
Yes.
have the floor, ma'am.
Okay. Should I start my presentation?
Yeah, sure, you can.
Yeah, okay. So I'm Dr. Jagruti Rathore, and I'm from India and Gujarat state. At present, I'm working as an assistant professor in Navratna University and work with the SERAN, that is the new chapter, or it will be the part of the section also. So I'm the leading membership in that. And at present in India, like restoration is a bug because as you know, if you know that the location of India is a very dynamic locations, and plus we have a lots of habitat, intact habitat, and we are also blessed with lots of ecosystem, different ecosystem we have. So basically at present I had work as a conservationist, then ecologist. Basically I'm zoologist, and now I'm also inclined into the restoration practices. So I'm the one of the young restoration practitioner from the India and Gujarat state. So basically India is divided into the states, and the state divided into district and the cities. So now I'm going to present. I share my presentation. Okay. Yes. Share. Is it visible? Is it visible?
Yes, it's
Yeah, thank you. So basically, I'm going to present about the SERAN and the restoration work in Gujarat as well as India. As I have already told you that the India is a budding now. So main topics I will cover in this about the SERAN, its goals and challenges. Subgroup of SERAN, you can join it. Restoration project in India, about India and Gujarat, and I will take a one project that is related to the wetlands. So as you all know that the SERAN is the so you can see that the blue color one, this is the all the Asian countries. Now we had analyzed there are the lots of different ecosystem in a different Asian countries. As you all know, that is the 50 Asian countries are there. So from wetland to the terrestrial, we actually divide into the land and the land and water ecosystem. So again, water ecosystem divide into the freshwater and the marine. So we have a marine ecosystem, we have agriculture, freshwater, and depending on the different ecosystems, we have a different exports. We have a different ecologist. We have a different restoration practitioner, policy maker. Marine biologist, 4 persons, then the wildlife biology, 4 persons. The maximum we are covering ecosystem restoration, forest ecology, and all these are the different distributions of the expert in the all over Asian countries. So at present, SERAN is it starts from the 2021, that is immediate after COVID. So main our goal is connect with the different chapters, different different subgroups, NGOs, institutes. So whatever the stakeholders are there. So we want to build the Saran Asian networks, and we would like to collaborate with the different university as well as different people. So this subgroup is everybody known that the UN decade have planned for the UN decade have planned for the next 10 years or the 30-year restoration things, right? So as I have told you, that is the already present that it is a budding. Like we have a lots of ecosystem are intact, but on other hand, there are the lots of ecosystems are degraded, and the percentage of the degradation is different. So we have to check first of all that what type of degradation is occurring. So we divide our Saran group with respect to the ecosystem, with respect to the with respect to the like challenges, goals, and experts. So we have a publication group that they try to collect all the different projects. We are the documentation group. Publications, you can publish small article on the restoration in our magazine, in our next magazines. Then we have a learning webinar. All are the free webinars, that is every 4 months. We have a membership groups. You can the part of the member of the Saran as well as SER. As you know, once you are members of the SER, you can also the part of the Saran and any other chapters or the sections. We have an advocacy group. Now we require some good person from the advocacy. That is we are also welcome from the other countries. And we have every month Zoom meeting that is related to the update of the Saran. So you can select the membership in that, or you can directly message to the Laura Graham or as well as myself. So now I want to talk about the India. As you can understand from the globe, it is you can see the Tropic of Cancer pass from the India, as well as so we face 3 different seasons in India: winter, summer, and monsoon. So according to 3 different seasons, you can see there are the 3 sides of the India have a coastal line or the coastal area. Then you can see there is a one side of the India have a Himalayan range. Then we have a terrestrial, we have a gulf, we have a grassland, forest, desert, ocean. So India is basically divided into 28 states, and each and every states have a different ecosystem, different climatic conditions, different populations, different challenges, even different languages. Each and every state have different languages. Mainly our main national language is Hindi, but however, each and every state have their own mother tongue, they have own language, and sometimes even they don't even understand the English also. Sometimes they don't understand the national language also. So they have even each and every village have a different dialect, and 8 union territories. So and 750 to 800 districts all over the India. So basically, India is very dynamic with respect to the geological locations, with respect to the populations, and all the different professions. And we know conservationists are there, environmentalists are there, zoologists, botanists, geologists are there, and all about this basic science concept learning people are also there. So this is the basically all the different type of things, and it is very challenging. This is only about the India, right? But if you see the other countries of the Asia, like we have a Nepal, China, Mongolia, then Indonesia. All these are the Asian. So I have a list, like we have 400 different members from the different countries of Asian countries, right? Even Sri Lanka is there. So now I have given the very basic concept about the ecosystem, and I go through the which are the different projects related to the restorations. Like we know the basic things, if why we want to restore, first questions. If any system is degraded, then only we require a restorations. But in India, lots of ecosystem are intact. We are very graceful, or we are very thankful that we living in the ecosystem which is very much close to the natural, not the degraded. On other hand, we have started the urbanizations. We lost our river on urban area. So like India again divided into the city, suburb and villages. So most of the city, even if you have heard like Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Madras, Bangalore, sorry. So all these are the city have facing at present very much challenging pollutions, air pollutions. They degrade the river ecosystems. They degrade the ocean. They degrade the forest, even grassland, and even desert also. If you have just seen the IUCN or UN website, and you can just search about the Indian biodiversity and a good published paper, you can see the different biodiversity from invertebrate to vertebrate. So here there are the lots of courses which give the basic idea of the classical zoology, botany, as well as the environmental studies. Plus, they will also give the knowledge about the key species of the each and every different ecosystems. So basically, according to me, if you want to the restoration, first of all, you should know about the all classical zoology and botany, which is very helpful to know about the key species, even indigenous species, and even which species indicate what. For example, we have a Salvadera. Salvadera persica is a tree, which is only or the which is grown in a large amount in a salt conditions. So it is indicated. Sorry.
Biodiversity of India.
Hello. Please mute yourself. If you have, I will solve the questions after half of my presentation. Is it fine? Okay, so like it is biodiversity, and so Salvadora persica is very well grow in a salt condition. So if I want to know if I want to do the salt analysis, first I have to study the geology. Within the from vegetations, from the indigenous vegetations, I can understand, okay, this soil is very much salty. This soil require, and again we have also the problem of invasive species. So now I'm come to the stakeholders. Like you know very well, India is very dynamic things. So we have a university, colleges, and school as an educational part of that. We have a student, professor, and lecturers, and the government organization, policymakers, which have a village. The nations divide into district divide into state, and the villages, and each and every division have their own government body. Village have the panchayat, their own government body. State have a state level government body, then district level government body, and we know the national level, our PM, Prime Minister is there. So if I want to do some projects in India, village level, first of all, I have to take the permission from the Gram Panchayat. That is the village level government organizations. If I want to do some state level, so first of all, if some habitat is degraded, for example, wetland, for example, village pond, then first of all, I have to take the permission from the panchayat. then only I can go further. Or I have first of all do the study for the basic flora and fauna of the wetlands. Then only I go the further. Otherwise, or even if I have a secondary data, then I can go further for the restorations if it is a degraded one. And yes, there are the lots of village pond within the Vadodara city. I am from Vadodara district of Gujarat. Gujarat is a industrial state, very much dynamic state. So even Gujarat is a cultural state. We have a lots of industries. So most of the Vadodara state, Vadodara district have more than 100 village ponds are degraded in conditions. So first of all, I have to first things is have to get the funds, then take a permissions, or first I have to take a permissions, get the funds, and I can go further for the any type of restorations, right? Then we have a different research institute, NGOs, and the company that we have a lab, researchers, industrialists, business person. Then we want to collaborate with the different chapter of IUCN, NGO, company, right? International organizations are there. So it is the like according to me, stakeholders are relative to the Asian countries and different states. So this is the all over, most of the Asian countries have the same type of government organization or the stakeholders. Now I want to give the basic idea about the Gujarat state, that we have 5 different type of ecosystems. It has an ocean, which is again divided into intertidal, sandy, rocky, and muddy beaches. We have a wetlands. It can be the perennial and the seasonal. We have each and every state have a rivers as well as its own tributaries. Like if I'm talking about my state, like Gujarat. So Gujarat have more than 18 different type of rivers. Like it can be the perennial, it can be the seasonal. Even my city have a perennial river, but it is a degraded condition. So if I'm talking about, I don't have a photograph of it at present. So if I'm talking about river have divided into the area which is starting point, midpoint, and the end point. So starting point is starting point have a no state level authority. Middle point have it is a bank of river have a university. It is a well-known MS University. So the middle point of the river is under the university governing body. End of the river is again under the governing body of the villages. So if I want to restore the river, so I can restore, if I'm in a university, I can restore the river within the university part only, because I have to take the permission from the governing body of the university. Then only I can do the any changes in the river. So these are things. In Gujarat, we have a, just I go back in map. So you can see the green color, this is the Gujarat state. So you can understand we have a gulf, we have a desert, we have a forest, and forest range is from dry deciduous, evergreen forest, and dry forest. So dry deciduous forest, you maybe know about that. That though we have a seasons, 3 seasons at present, it is a winter going on. From March to every 4 months, we have a change in the seasons. So from March to it is a summer. From March to June, it is a summer. From June to October and then October end, it is a monsoon, and now it is a winter. So, and coastal line, rivers, desert, wetlands, all the 5 different ecosystem we have in Gujarat. So sometimes it is very challenging how to deal with the ecosystem. But yes, there are the different experts who deal for the forest restoration, who deal with the wetland restoration, and even agriculture ecosystem. As you all know, if you know, India is the agriculture country. Major economy generation is from more than 75% of the economy of India is based on the agriculture products. So it is very even, and Gujarat is the third largest state of the country, which give the revenue to the national government. So it is a business point of view, right? So it is a very challenging. We have to sometime convince the industrialist, as I have already told you in our stakeholders. Yes, there are the environmental impact assessment are there, and they have a CSR projects, they have a CSR funds. Means each and every industry, they have to give the funds to protect, to restore the environment and flora and fauna of that particular area. For example, if I am talking about the IPCL, Indian Petrochemical Industry, is within the Vadodara city. So if they want to, they are the industrial. So Indian government give the compulsion that they have to protect the environment. So they have to do the study of flora, fauna, then environmental impact assessment. Hope you understand the environmental impact assessment. So, I'm telling about the conservation projects which are carry on, or which are at present going on in the conservation, management and restorations. So most of the projects are either it is a species specific, like conservation of civets, conservation of desert cat, conservation of Hobara bustard, like species specific conservations. Second, it is a habitat specific conservations. So when I'm talking about the habitat specific conservation, it is about the they conserve the forest with the native species. They conserve the desert with the native species. And if there are the no native species, exotic species are there, then with the help of indigenous people, with the help of local community, they aware the local communities and give the program, they train them, and again they try to restore the land or the habitat for that particular area with the indigenous people and the villagers. So restoration project in India is, we have a wetland restoration project, soil restoration project. Basically have the natural and the most of the people, most of the farmers are doing chemical farming. You can understand there is insecticide, pesticide, fungicides. They use all these chemicals. But nowadays, farmers are shifting towards the natural farming or the organic farming, which is ultimately the soil restoration. As you know all very well that soil is very important. Why? Because we know it gives the fauna, microbes, flora, fauna. And if if we are consuming the chemicals from our food, and the biomagnifications. So because of the biomagnification, because of the contaminations, chemical contamination in food, it causes the cancers after 10 to 12, 20 years, and that we don't know. So nowadays people are very health conscious, and most of the villagers and the farmers understands that chemicals are very harmful to the soils as well as health. So they try to shift from chemical farming to the natural farming, and they have done very good things. Then we have a coastal area restorations. Again, it is under the project of the Ministry of Forest, and it is also restoration basically with deal with the corals. So corals. We have industries. We have industrial effluents and industries problems in the coastal area and in some area of the Gujarat. So because of the industry, coral bleaching are there. So now government tried to restore the corals with some restoration projects. We have a rivers, you know very well that Ganga river is there, Yamuna. We had one project regarding the Yamuna biodiversity project, that is the Yamuna restoration project. Then mangrove restoration, as we all know that mangroves are very good. It is a bio barrier from the flood condition in the coastal areas. So mangrove restorations is the key points where we can restore not only mangroves but the fauna, and we can fight against the flood or the tsunamis. We had a very good project of grassland in within the Gujarat, right? Gujarat have a bunny grassland. It is the one of the biggest grassland of the Asian countries. So, because of the anthropogenic pressure and yes, but because of the some changes in the climatic conditions, so there are lots of change in the weather. The native grasses. So this bunny grassland have, I think so, more than 30 to 25 desert grass species. And all the species are very unique. They can only grow into the desert condition only, because this is very dynamic area. Whenever it has only 1 month or only the 50 to 100 centimeter rainfall. So and that is only for the 1 month. So whenever is rainy seasons, all the grasses grow very fast. They complete their life cycles and they dry up during the summer seasons. They have a prolonged summer seasons, and even they have a different fauna. They have a bunny buffaloes, and the local people, indigenous people, only live on the on a milk of the bunny buffalo. So it is very hard. And so now there are the one research institute which try to conserve that grasses, because bunny buffalo depends on that native species of grasses. And it is a 3 to 4 feet. So, and that milk is very medicinal use. Then it is bunny buffalo is very hefty, and only the species which is present in the bunny area. So I think it is a vulnerable, but it is a domestic one. So not the wild one, but still it is a unique species. So people used to do the grassland restoration. Now forest land, there is a one person from Sairan, Ramesh is there. He is doing since last 10 years, more than 10 years, he's tried to restore the forest land with the indigenous people and with the forest people, with the tribals, and even they have a seed bank also. So even Gujarat, then Meghalaya, Bangladesh have a seed banks, and sometimes the individual person also do the seed restorations. So like India is going to do the traditional way restorations at present. Yes, with the minimum budget, with the minimum financial conditions, we have to do the restoration project. We have to do the workshops and the conferences with the students, with the researchers, and even we also connect and communicate with the local people. So these are the things. Now I want to discuss about the wetlands. As we all know that the flora and fauna is a biodiversity, and wetland is very much important uh, ecosystem of any area, that it not only provide the hydrological cycles but also maintain quality and quantity of the groundwater, even carbon sinks, ecological. It is a act as a sink carbon absorptions, right? Now again, I come to the wetlands. So talk about the Gujarat state that we had in 2023, 2003, we had 82 wetlands, but now it is 16. This is the back data, sorry. But now we have a less than 25 wetlands. So it is almost because of the urbanization, because of the industrializations. Now we know all the wetlands within the Gujarat, natural ecosystem and man-made ecosystem. So all over the world, there are the 2,200 Ramsar sites. In Gujarat, there are the 4 Ramsar sites. So we try to conserve the wetlands in form of Ramsar sites. Plus, we are doing regular basis the workshop with the indigenous people and fishermen who are regularly do the fishing in the wetlands. So we have a puddles, then we have a pits, we have some perennials and some perennials wetland, and we had some non-perennial wetlands. So we try to connect the researchers, fishermen, then villagers, then governing body, and the policy makers, and try to make a group. We do the research throughout it, then we get the reports, and we try to give them that to the national and international organizations. So we have a data, then only we can make a policies for to conserve and restore the wetlands. So obviously, now these are some key species like endangered, threatened species, and we all know that the wetlands are the kidney of the habitat or any particular area. So this is the white ibis. So there are the list of the key species within the Gujarat. There are the threatened, endangered, vulnerable species present, even the migratory species. This is the best season in India where the migratory species come to the wetlands of the India as well as Gujarat. And we have a survey. We have a survey each and every seasons, like from December, January, February, we have a e-bird survey that how many species of migratory species of birds come to India, come to Gujarat, and we try to find out that species of the key species. For example, like if the water level is high, then we can only find out the ducks. If the temperature goes down, here today's temperature is about 18 degree, but if temperature goes down 12 to 11 degree, then we have a specific sociable lapping. This is a migratory, and only 3,000 species is present all over the world. So it is a key species. The area because their food is very specific. So if I've lost the agriculture, they have even agricultural land, they have a specific food. We have a rice paddy, right? We have a rice agriculture. We some area has a staple food is rice. So usually sociable lapping comes to the rice field. And if that field or that farmer will not grow the rice in the next year, then the sociable lapping cannot come because the food is not there. So we try to convince the farmers that please grow the rice in some part of your farm, or not the only one farmers, but we try to convince the group of the farmers to try to grow the rice in a particular area. And there are some good farmers, yes, and again we come back the species. So these are some basic photograph for, pictures of the wetland that we have a rivers Oxbow Lake, and you can see there are the houses like saltwater, mass water houses, and in Vadodara, the lake is connected to the river, and most of the urban conditions at the bank of the river, most of the houses and flats are built at. So it is a very good, like constructive, like we don't have some flood conditions because mainly most of the, if the rainy season is there, if the heavy rain is there, most of the water goes into the lakes, and then lakes to the rivers, and the rivers to the oceans. So we know that wetlands is very important to provide the it is a flood control habitat. Even it is aesthetic value, it importance of the Okay, if it is a network problem, so I'm audible now. Is it fine?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you. So, it is again it maintains the groundwater quality. Like in India, we are there are the only some rivers in India, like only that the drinking water source is the pond and river only, and the groundwater. So whatever the rainwater store in the groundwater, that water we can drink. Otherwise, we don't have a we don't have any other source. Sorry, just a second. Next. Okay, as we all know, so this is the about India and Gujarat. So we have a volunteers, we have a researchers and a birders. We who are very enthusiastic about the birding, photography, the wildlife photographers. And so basically it is a group of people to include the researchers, wildlife photographers, birders, then professor lecturers, then students, school students, college students, and we try to learning the knowledge exchange is going on. Knowledge exchange is there. We try to solve their problem, and plus we compile all the data and give to the state government. So basically, habitat assessment tool we are using at present is flora fauna, obviously with the indicator and the checklist, industrial pressure or the human pressure. We do the water analysis, soil analysis with the some hands-on instruments like we had a pH meter and all that. Then we also analyze the human encroachment, then agriculture runoff. We try to convince the villagers and agricultures. So these are the some photographs of wetland, which is a Ramsar site. Vadhana is a Ramsar site of Gujarat. So we used to give the like it is a mud bunds. Bunds are nothing but the we provide the where it is a totally degraded one. So we try to provide the bunds for the pond, and so it will provide the natural conditions. It will provide the natural conditions for the bird, and it is also provide the habitat for the fish and the other amphibian species. Then we are trying to plant native trees at the edges of the pond, at the edges of at the surrounding of the ponds. It can be the larger one or it can be the smaller one. Then we try to also keep the wood log. So you can see in pictures there is this is the bamboo one. Or the restore in a natural way. So it takes obviously 4 to 5 years to restore the any habitat. So these are the some examples, and these are of that we had kept the stone, and so whatever the water come from the roadside, it filters it and come into the pond. Second, we try to introduce the fish also. That is the native one, and we try to encourage the fishermen to do the fishing, because we have seen that if the fishermen try to provide the seeds and they try to the fishing, so the food chain is proper in it, the food chain goes in a proper way. So ultimately we don't want to do the next year nothing. We don't require to do any step for the next year for the restorations. So fishing is important. Then the bund or the heaps of the mud is important. Second, the wood log. it can be the bamboo, it is a native species over here, or any other wood log which is present in the, so it is a very simple. Then we also try to add the floating vegetations, which absorb the pollutant from the water. So float, again, it is a native one. So now I want to conclude my presentations. I know it is within a very short time. It is very short presentations. But if you want to have any questions, you can ask me from the, you can ask my email. You can add my email. We can contact through email. You can be the part of the Saran. You can be the part of SER. You can be the part of our university and anything. If you have a question, so learn from your restoration project worldwide and have ideas about how you overcome some of the biggest challenges, impossible funding, culture, technology in your work. Okay, what are some of the most effective strategies you have implemented in restoration project, particularly in arid or the degraded areas? Very good questions. So basically, first of all, we try to find out for example, arid area. We can take the desert. Even Vadodara is also semi-arid area. So first of all, we try to check out the seasons, their rainfall, temperature, humidity. Then we also like native vegetation. So basic, we check all the abiotic and biotic factors, and we try to connect with the funds. Like if I want to do the projects on a beginning, so I require funds. So we try to analyze, and yes, first we try to introduce the seeds during the monsoon seasons. So once we introduce the seeds of the native species, they grow in a one season. Then we try to connect with the irrigation system. So I have one example of mining project. So we had also, sorry, I forgot to mention the mining project, mining restoration area. So we have a mining area which is already vacant, already excavated, right? So they have the pH was, I just give the example so you can understand and you can apply the strategies for that. So it is a pH was the first time we had just visited, and the pH was only 2 pH. So it is totally acidic. Then we try to analyze the other things like other parameters of the soil. So obviously pH is there, it is acidic, it is a low carbon, oxygen, nothing is there. Then we try to see the native species. So we just grow the native species within the nursery. Then once it grow in a proper size, like 4 to 5 centimeter, 10 to 15 centimeters, then we transplant that native species into the soil. Then we try to add the different compost, manure, grasses, dry leaves, all these things, and even vermicompost. And plus we try to apply with the we know the acidic, so we try to apply that thing with the base, with the water. So at the time of irrigations, we try to add the base. And so the next year, after 6 months, the plants grow up. And once the plant grow, excuse me, microbial fauna is also growing. So once microbial fauna, we get after 3 years, we get the flower and we get the fruit on the vegetations. So it is very challenging that and the pH, yes, of course, the pH was from 2 to 7.58. And excuse me, we build the fauna also, like, so these are the things in arid conditions. But most probably we are doing the plantation work in a particular area, so we get back the natural habitat within the microbes conditions. This is again good questions. How do you engage the local communities in the conservation efforts and role they play in the success of the projects? This is the very challenging part. Sorry, excuse me. This is very challenging part because a community level engagement is very challenging because each and every person have a different mindset. So what we are trying to do, that we go in the school and the college level. Once we tell them, they also involve in the project. Then we also like youngsters. So we do different workshop with the school level people, with the involve the old age people, because excuse me, old age people are very sensitive to the environment conditions, and old age people are very inclined to restore their area because they live in that area since last 20 to 30 years. So they have a attachment with the natures, they have an attachment with that area, so they try to convince their youngster also. So workshop, then different webinars, seminars, direct communications, hands-on training. We try to involve. There are the one village in Vadodara. So first we try to from the school, we try to convince the school level childrens, and then school level children, they have a friends of the college level students. They try to convince them, means they should be sensitize themselves for the conservation and restoration of habitat, which is that habitat which is they are living in that habitat. And also we try to give them the idea that if this habitat will lose, if this habitat is not conserved, then ultimately that will affect on your health. Then they understand. So yes, good questions. Next, fourth one is, how do you measure the success of the ecological restoration efforts? Are there specific indicators that you focus on? Yes, of course. Very good questions. So first stage indicator, as I mentioned in a project of mining area, like water and the soil parameters. Third is the indicator species of birds, and there are some fauna, reptiles like frogs and buffos, and some lizards are very much indicative to the quality and quantity of water. We have a crocodile. This is the one of the unique, we have a Vishwamitri and the more than 100 crocodiles within the Vishwamitri river. So again, it is an indicator species, though it is polluted, but yes, they can sustain in that. So yes, these are the indicators one. And monitoring. So of course, monitoring with the like first year analysis, and after 2 years or 3 years, but it is a continuous project. So we have a seasonal data, we have a yearly data. So we compile it, we correlate with the different statistical analysis, and we try to understand that what type of or what level of restoration we can do, and how we can conserve further. And obviously, we involve the different experts. The fifth one, please mute other participants. Excuse me. Please mute yourself. Please, others, mute yourself so I can go further. In what ways has technology enhanced your research and restoration project? Are there particular tools or method you find especially useful? Well, at present, there are some instruments which you can use for the fields. On the fields, you can measure the then even macrofauna, measure the quality and quantity of soil and water. So there are the hands-on tools are there. Then obviously there are for the statistical analysis, ecological analysis, and yes, of course, these are the methods. What emerging trend? Well, At present, it is not the emerging trend for the restoration, but yes, restoration at itself is a burden at present. So we try to restore all the things with the natural way, because why? Because of the conditions, climatic conditions of India, because of climatic condition and weather pattern of the Asian countries, India, even Sri Lanka and the Mongolia. There are the one person who is working on the orangutan restoration. So they have different techniques, right? So it is a ecological practitioner over next 5 and the 10 years. Yes, we want to do the collaborations with the different countries, and we want to collaborate with the different experts who can do the different restoration projects. We can connect the different countries, and we want to connect the different countries, not the Asian countries, the European one, the US one, because we know that they are far ahead than us, because we at present we are conserve the habitat, and there are the 30 to 40% we are trying to restore the habitats. So it is now the phase of both the things together, and urbanization is going on, as we know that it is a developing country. So there are the lots of difference between the developed countries and the developing countries. So developing countries has a like
It's what?
there is a phase of like it is a birding of restorations.
Dr.
Then
Chesa, just add some water.
hope
Because
I
I'm
have
waiting for work. I need to be
I
sober.
have complete the all the questions, and if you have some more questions, you can ask me. So
No further
it is,
questions.
I think we cannot compare the any countries with respect to the restoration strategies and methods, because each and every countries have their own climatic conditions, habitat, ecosystems, and the capacity and the thought process, knowledge of the restoration. Yes, we have one restoration book from I think Jungle Escape. Ramesh have written the restorations methods, and our planning is to within the next 5 years want to do some conference and workshop in India with the Asian countries and other countries also. Then we want to involve the indigenous people, if possible, in Denver in the next conference organized by SER. I want to involve the indigenous people like farmers, if possible. Then yes, we want to collaborate in next 5 years, next 10 years, next 10 years. You can be the part of the obviously SER and the SERAN. Then there are the different section chapters. So that's it. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Yeah, any question?
Yeah, thank you.
So I have completed very early. I don't know.
Thank you very much, Doctor. If you have any further questions for you can reach out to us via email, and also reach out to her via the chat box. She will address the questions later. So we are kind of running out of time. We'll be taking our next speaker, who is Dr. Sorry. Caitlin. Yeah, sure. Dr. Caitlin, are you present? Dr. Caitlin Burke. Oh yeah, she's here. Great. Yeah, so you have the floor. Okay. I will do that from my end. Yep.
Hello, I'm here.
Yeah, so you have the floor.
I have a PowerPoint presentation. Should I share that? Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, sure. I can hear you.
Okay. I have the presentation I can share. Is that the best way for me to do that?
Yeah, you can go ahead and share it.
Okay. Okay, can you see the presentation?
Ah, 26 lady.
Yeah, you can go on, sir. You can go on, ma.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, just wanted to make sure everybody could see my screen. Oh, let me turn on my camera as well. Oh, it is. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Caitlin Burke. I am not a doctor, so I don't have that degree, but it sounded nice. I'm an ecologist with a company called Resource Environmental Solutions. We are headquartered in Houston, Texas. I work out of the Chicago office. It's a snowy day today. We're getting a bit of a winter storm, so a little bit different weather than you guys are having. But I live in Michigan, so I do a lot of field work around the Midwest, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin, and kind of travel back and forth a lot between Michigan and Chicago. So I really appreciate you all having me. I'm here to talk about exploring digital innovations in ecological restoration. This is kind of a perfect fit for me as an ecologist working in wetland restoration. That's mostly what I do. That's a big part of what RES does is wetland mitigation and restoration. We work on wetland mitigation banking projects as well, selling credits for the wetland acreage that we construct. So I'll be talking about a specific wetland restoration project and in particular all the different ways that we use kind of technology and digital innovation every step of the way. And I love using GIS. As you can see on the screen there, those are maps created in GIS. So a lot of these, I guess what I would call innovations that I'm going to talk about are in the GIS sphere and also a little bit about drones and LiDAR. So at my company at Res, we kind of have our hands in every step of a project, from finding a site that is suitable for wetland restoration, through sort of doing those initial site assessments. That's where I come in. Typically, I do wetland delineations, and even before that, sort of due diligence type of site assessment, just to make sure that the site is a go, or if it's a no-go for whatever reason. And so we'll get on the site in the very beginning to assess it and see if it would be a good site for wetland restoration. We'll also do the site design. So we'll do that in GIS a lot of the time, and also in CAD. We have some very talented like stormwater and restoration engineers who will help us with those concepts. And then we actually have an operations team, which I think is really cool, to do the actual construction of the project. So, you know, with the heavy machinery and equipment, if we need to do any grading, typically breaking drainage tiles is a big part of that. So excavating down to break drain tiles, and then the actual building of the project, and which for these wetland restoration projects is typically seeding, plug install of various wetland species. And then moving on from there, we do the monitoring and the maintenance of the sites, which can last for 5 to 10 years typically. So whatever kind of invasive species management is required by the regulatory agencies. And with that, we're doing monitoring of the vegetation to make sure that it's all coming in and that we're getting the diversity, we're meeting the diversity requirements for vegetation, as well as like coverage and quality. And then we're doing hydrology monitoring as well. So, and then lastly, we're doing a post-construction as-built to show the regulatory agency that we constructed the wetland mitigation project the way we said we would. And we'll also do a wetland delineation to show how much acreage was created with the project. So I should have called this typical wetland restoration project sequence. It's very specific to building a wetland mitigation site. But I put this here just to highlight the different sort of GIS programs we use at every step of the way in the process. And then at the very end, the exciting part, using the LiDAR drone to capture the topography. And we could use this in the beginning too. We could use this more in the site design. Just at the time of this particular project, we didn't have the LiDAR drone, so we were just using the available 1-foot contours, just geospatial data available to us online. And I'll get into that. It caused a little bit of difficulty comparing the two topographies, the two data sets. So I guess we could call this a case study, because I'll just be talking about this one project, and it's called Paul Douglas. It's a forest preserve site located in Northwest Illinois. As you can see on the map, in Cook County, same county that Chicago is located in, but on the very far north end of the county. And it's a PRM wetland site that stands for Permittee Responsible Mitigation. So we responded to this proposal to basically provide wetland credits to a village that needed them due to the wetland impacts they were having for another project. So another village in Cook County, they were working on a stormwater project with a certain number of impacted wetlands. So the regulatory agency is requiring them now to mitigate for that number of acres lost, but I believe at a 1.5 to 1 ratio, so 1.5 times the amount that they impacted. So that's where we came in to kind of find a site for them that would work, where we could restore the number of wetland acres they need, or credits as they call them. So this is the site, and we've actually been looking at this site for a while. It's owned by the Forest Preserve of Cook County. So it's really just open space with some trails through it. This is a parking lot. There's some open water, some existing marshland, which right now is mostly invasive species. We have Phragmites here, Phragmites australis, which is super invasive, and it kind of takes over all of our marsh type wetlands along with cattails. And the rest of the site is historically like hayfield. So it's been mowed for hay year after year. Not a whole lot going on in here. So we thought this was a good opportunity to create wetland on this site. So this is what the site looked like. As I mentioned, we've known about this site for a while. So back in 2020, I took this picture, which really just shows that it just looks like grass with some maybe lower areas of taller vegetation. This is that marshy area. All this is the Phragmites with the fluffy seed head on top, some cattails as well. This is just another picture of the site, cicada. And then this was me out during the wetland delineation, just in a big wetland area of reed canary grass. So I'm just naming a bunch of invasive species. So we knew that there was an opportunity on this site to create ecological uplift, to improve it, and to create some new wetlands as well. So now we'll get into a bit of the technology that we typically use. So first thing, getting out on the site for the due diligence assessments. We use field maps a lot. This is, I'm sure that some of you are familiar with this. It's a mapping software, and it's from Esri. So it's a GIS mapping software, but it's online. And then I use the app on my phone typically. You can use it on your phone or your iPad. And it is really helpful in these situations. We just have our GIS team pull in the study area onto the map and then bring that out in the field, along with this is one of the receivers that we'll use to get better accuracy in the field. We used to use something called an R1, but they've by Trimble, and that's phasing out. So this is the new one that we've been using. It's called a Geode by a company, Juniper. So just connect it to your phone, and it brings us down to like a 1 meter, or I think sub-meter accuracy. So not quite as accurate as like an actual survey, but for our purposes, it works great. So we'll bring that out into the field with our field map, and in our field maps, we have a bunch of different layers for data collection. So anything we see out in the field that could be helpful, or documenting it, taking pictures, logging those in the field. And this is just a very initial site assessment to kind of see what's going on site. And then our next step would be getting into a wetland delineation, a little bit more detailed. We still use field maps for that to mark the boundaries of existing wetlands. And then we'll also use the program Survey 123 This is the little symbol for that. It's also an Esri program. It looks like this box right here. So it's basically our GIS team created our own survey so that we could collect exactly what data we needed. And impressively, they were able to make it so that the output, like once we collect all this data and export it, it kind of prints out looking exactly like this form, which is in our Midwest region, this is the Army Corps data form that we are required to use. So, we used to just take these out in the field, a hard copy of this paper data form, fill it all out. This is really tiny, but it says tree name. So just filling in the species, filling in the shrub layer, filling in the herbaceous vegetation, and then doing all these calculations by hand, the calculations for hydrophytic vegetation. So it's much easier now. It saves us a lot of time to just type all of this into Survey 123. Takes a little bit of getting used to. Technology, for all of its benefits, can be a little bit frustrating sometimes in the field, especially on a hot day. The iPads tend to not want to work. And I think if it's too hot for the iPad, it's probably too hot for me too. But I have to keep working. So we have a couple issues out there with our tech, but I think at the end of the day, it does make everything more efficient, saves us time back in the office. So, and then lastly, we will monitor the hydrology as well in the very beginning of the project, because we want to make sure that, well, I guess first of all, we want to make sure that the whole site is not already existing wetland. What we're trying to do is reestablish wetland on a site that maybe was historically wetland, or create wetland on a site that is not currently wetland. That's a little bit harder to do. It's easier to reestablish it if it's historically been there. So for our requirements with the Army Corps to have wetland, we have to have hydrology, groundwater within the first 12 inches of the soil surface. So that's what we're looking for when we're doing the hydrology monitoring. Groundwater within those first 12 inches for a consecutive period of 28 days, I think it is. So we'll tend to hit that more in the wettest part of the growing season, early spring typically. So that monitoring data is really just for us to kind of see what's going on site. So this is a screenshot right from Field Maps showing the results of our kind of initial land cover mapping, just so we had an idea of what is going on out there. And it's a little hard to tell, but all of this is hayfield, or old field, we called it. We've got a little bit of native grasses, some existing current hayfield. This is all marsh, open water, emergent, wetland. And then looks like we even mapped cattail specifically, reed canary grass. This green is the Phragmites that I mentioned, little blobs of it all around. And that's really helpful for us to know like what we would need to manage through herbicide or mowing or burning. I don't have a picture of it, but we also did the wetland delineation. So we would have the existing wetlands mapped on here. There's one down here. All of this is basically wetland, a couple little wetlands in through here. And also mapped using field maps. We got a map of the drain tiles from, I believe, the landowner, so the forest preserve. Here in the Midwest of the US, we have a lot of flat land and we have a lot of farm fields, and a lot of our wetlands were historically drained for farmland in the past. I think in the 1900s, early 1900s. So a lot of these flat areas that were once farmland, it's highly likely that there's drain tile under there that was put in to drain all the historic wetlands. So all these little black lines, dotted lines, show the existing drain tiles. And this drain tile system actually had valves throughout it. So you could like turn on, or you can open or close different parts of the drain tile system. We don't see that very often, but thought that that was interesting. So the red dots are closed valves and the green ones are open valves. So kind of that would have given the previous farmer control over the hydrology. And then also shown on here are some locations where we took soil samples. So the little white crosses right here are some soil sample locations. We took soil samples during the wetland delineation as well, but those only go down about 20 inches or so. These construction soil sample locations would go deeper to kind of try to understand if it's like a nice, we get a lot of clay soils here, but sometimes we'll find like a permeable seam of sand or gravel or something, which is really important for us to know, because if we're trying to create wetland, water is not going to hold in gravel or sandy soils. So that water, it will make its way to that permeable seam if it exists, and it could travel, you know, right back out to this marsh if we, you know, if we aren't aware of it and we don't put some kind of clay layer in there to cap it off to keep it from seeping out. So really important that we take a bunch of soil samples. And then I think our groundwater monitoring wells are on here too, but there's a lot going on, so it's hard to see. It's these squares up here, some for monitoring wells. We had one off-site and then 5 or 6 of them on-site. So getting into the actual design of the wetland mitigation area, knowing everything we know about the site, we layer the topography onto the map as well as the hydric soil layer, which I don't have shown on here. I couldn't get it in time, but I would say those are probably the 2 biggest, most important layers that we're looking at when we're designing the areas that we plan to reestablish as wetlands. So looking at it in the field maps, it's really, it makes it so much easier. And you can draw right in field maps. So, and like mark up different maps, drop points, put notes in there. So, you know, we could work on something collaboratively and come up with a concept. We'll typically, most of our wetland reestablishment will fall in the flattest areas of the site, because that's where we'll have the best chance of holding water. So I'll just point out that this green area is that's our proposed reestablishment area. And if you can kind of tell, it's a little hard to see, but you can tell that it follows more of the gradual topography, and up around the perimeter of the site, it's a lot steeper, and it would be really hard to establish wetlands up here. Also, this area that's already existing wetland, the way the crediting works with the regulatory agency is you get full credit, so 100% for reestablishment, because we're creating wetlands where they currently do not exist. Anywhere there is existing wetland like this blue, all we can do here is enhance these areas since they already exist. So I believe we only get 25 to 50% credit for doing wetland enhancement. So that's this whole blue area, this little area here, and 2 areas out here. So it's not that much acreage of reestablishment, but every acre essentially gives us 1 credit. So this is all we needed to meet the needs of our client, to mitigate for the amount of impact that they had. And then all this large area, we're getting, yeah, probably 25% credit, whatever this acreage is. I don't have a map of this, but our construction crews will use the field maps to literally map where they have seeded, so they can have their GPS or they can have their phone with them on their machinery as they're seeding, and it's mapping exactly the path that they took for their seeding. So it looks a little crazy, but it would just be like a back and forth line showing exactly everything that was seeded and when it was seeded. So that's really nice for us just to keep track of kind of the project progress. So all this green area would be seeded with, we'll typically do a sedge, like a sedge meadowy type mix for our wetland reestablishment. That's a common historic wetland here in the Midwest. If you go to Indiana or a little bit further south, a lot of the historic wetlands were wooded wetlands. So the regulatory agencies typically like us to try to create the type of wetland that would have historically been on this site. So because this probably wouldn't have been a forested wetland, we wouldn't go and try to create that on this site, but we'll try to bring it back to what it used to be historically. So we do a lot of sedge meadow type of seed mixes in here. For this enhancement area of the marsh, that's typically going to require a lot of maintenance of trying to get rid of the invasive species that exist in there, and then overseed it with a more of a marsh seed mix. And then we're also restoring all of this upland area, which we get very minimal credit for, I think 10%. But because this is forest preserve land, that is something that they really care about, is having their whole site restored to a certain condition. So we are restoring that for them as well. All wetland mitigation areas do typically need to have some size buffer around it that does not receive credit. So I don't have it shown on here, but there is a buffer technically around this site that we would be restoring but not receiving credit for. And that's just so the regulatory agencies can assure that there's some like protection around the site from the adjacent properties, which is why they won't be giving us credit for the area just directly next to the adjacent property. And then this is just a similar map, but it shows a couple extra areas of grading that we decided we needed to do to ensure that these areas they matched the elevation of the rest of the wetland reestablishment areas. There's a lot of engineering that goes into these and a lot of hydrology analysis that goes in, which is not really my forte, but I do understand that everything needs to be level and flat, and then we kind of build up, kind of try to recreate that wetland rim that would have existed around these wetlands previously to hold the water in place. And everything is connected back into this marsh, which is connected to a stream that you can't really see, but it comes from the north and it goes all along this edge here and off-site. So all these wetlands connect back into a navigable waterway. So all these wetlands will be Army Corps jurisdictional, which is what we need in order for them to be to count towards credits for this particular client. It's always about doing everything in kind. So, if they're impacting Army Corps regulated wetlands, they need to mitigate by creating Army Corps regulated wetlands. So that was what we were tasked with. This map is a little crazy. This is from our operations crew marking up the map in the field. I can't even read it, but all these different polygons are different maintenance tasks that they were enacting throughout the site. So whether it's these red areas, it looks like they were putting in some live stakes. It looks like all the green is herbicide areas. We did have some issues with some weeds in the first year of the site. Some hydro mulching, erosion control blanket. So they're keeping track of everything using this map. And again, this is an online map, so we can see it in real time as they're doing it, and we can open it up anytime and check on the progress. And when you click on each polygon, it'll tell you some more details about like what date it was herbicided, what type of herbicide did they use, and then what was the target species. So here they were using 12% something to target primarily thistle, and that was on November 14th. So then finally getting to the monitoring and maintenance. So this would be after construction. And this is the point that we are at now. This project has been constructed. And I have done the first year of monitoring. So the monitoring consists of the hydrology monitoring, as I mentioned. So these locations are all of our groundwater monitoring wells. We mostly care about the wetland reestablishment areas. That's why they are plugged in right there. There's not going to be much hydrology in the upland area, and we don't have hydrology requirements to meet in this area. So we do have one well there, and I think it was very wet in the field, and our crew decided to seed it with the wetland mix just to see if it would take, which is great. And if it does, then that will end up giving us a little bit of extra wetland acreage. So these wells are constantly monitoring. We have them hooked up to a software called Hobo, H-O-B-O, and we have loggers that hang down in the wells, and we can log into our account and see where the groundwater level is at any given time. And it's important that we monitor throughout the growing season, which for us is about mid-April to mid-October, to capture sort of the wettest part of the year. At least at the bookends of the growing season are going to be the wettest parts of that for us. And then using that data, we'll put a graph together that shows how many days did the groundwater come up within the first 12 inches of the soil surface. And then for the vegetation monitoring, we have vegetation transects set up all across the site in all the different vegetative communities. And at each transect, we will take 10 data points. So we'll like pull this up on our map on our phone and navigate basically to the first transect, and the yellow dots are photo points. So we'll take 2 pictures at each transect, and those are all kept in field maps, so we can click on them at any time and look at the photo. We also use this to document some larger stands of invasive species that we noticed. So noticed a lot of like a big stand of burdock out here, reed canary grass along the stream up here, a couple other points of invasive species, and that will help our maintenance team. They can always look at our map and see where they need to go and what they need to treat. So this vegetation monitoring, it only took us a day in the field, 2 of us doing this. And we actually did it the old school way, but I'm going to tell you about the kind of the newer way that we have to do this veg monitoring, which is using Survey 123, the same program that we use for our wetland delineations. Again, instead of going out there with the paper forms and writing everything down and then coming back into the office and transcribing everything, we have a form made in Survey 123, especially for vegetation monitoring. So it's a smart form. We can make it look however we want to collect whatever data we want. From our phone, from our tablet. You can look at it just on your computer screen as well. And then you can export it so that it, instead of coming out in like a, crazy looking Excel sheet that's, not organized, you can have it export into a specific template like this wetland delineation form. So at our company, it looks like we have over 60 different Survey 123 forms in use across the different regions. We all have our own wetland delineation data form for the different regions because they're slightly different, species lists and things like that. This is an example of our what our vegetation monitoring would look like without using Survey 123. So this form right here has the column for species, and then it has the 10 columns for basically each point or each quadrat, whatever you want to call it, within a transect. So if this is transect 1, we're going to fill it in with all the species we see at the very first point, type in a % cover for each one, and then move to the next point along the transect and do the exact same thing. And it's tedious, and sometimes we end up having to transcribe other people's data forms, and some people in our company have very bad handwriting. So that makes things, twice as frustrating when you're just trying to get through your data, and you're constantly having to ask somebody, what does this say? Especially when it's all Latin plant names, sometimes it's impossible. So, and then this is how, we'd end up typing it all in to Excel anyway. So it really does feel like you're doing twice the work. And if you have like here for this particular project, 21 transects. That's just a lot of writing and a lot of transcribing. So using Survey 123, we have a specific form set up, so you can just, you know, start with your transect, name it whatever you want, E1, enter, you know, click on your name, whoever is working on the vegetation survey. And then it just kind of walks you through the process. And it's also really nice if you are not that great with your plants, because we have the option to search by scientific name or common name. I think we also can search by just by acronym, by plant name acronym. So whatever way you remember a plant, you'll be able to look it up in that way. It auto calculates your position based on the transect length. The percent cover is, you can just type that in, any whole number from 0 to 100. And then when you're finished adding in a species, you just click this little plus sign, and then it will take you to type in the next species. And then like you can make all these different observations about the transect as well. Can take photos, automatic file name based on transect and position. So these are all photo options you have. And then it exports all of your data looking just how you need it, except, you know, you didn't have to type it all in back in the office. It was already done. So like any kind of field technology, it might take a little bit longer in the field the first couple times just to get used to the program. But we have found that it saves a lot of time overall. I just actually did the monitoring for the Paul Douglas project that I've been talking about. And it's kind of embarrassing how long it has taken to transcribe all the data sheets. We only had 15 transects, but you know, there's a learning curve there and it took forever. So I'm really was kicking myself, wishing I had used our Survey 123 form. So next time I definitely will. That brings us to this summer post-construction. So you can see the site looks a little bit different. We have some milkweed coming in, common milkweed. This is what we've been planting all over the Midwest like crazy for the monarch butterflies. But we didn't plant any of this. This all just came up on its own. We have world milkweed out there, some blue vervain. And this was pretty early in the summer, so there was not a lot of growth to look at, but from what we saw, it was looking pretty good. These are some of our plugs that we installed in the wettest areas. And then this is just another full photo of the site. Usually early on in a restoration project, you'll get the black-eyed Susans coming up. It's one of the first native forbs to flower in the first year. So a lot of these other species will take 2 full years to flower out. But it looked pretty good. I wish we had been doing our monitoring at this time, but we didn't. And then our crews did a mow of the site, which they have to do for maintenance, but then that made it difficult for us to identify species. So post-construction, we acquired a LiDAR drone sometime last year, and we didn't have it earlier in the project to capture the existing topography. I think I mentioned this is just, these topo lines are just from like online data, but they're 1 foot contours, so they're pretty good. But LiDAR is probably the most accurate, depending on your site, of course. So LiDAR stands for light detection and ranging. It's basically sending laser scanner down to the ground, and bounces back and basically tells you the difference between the device and the reflected object. And then that converts it to an elevation. So you can see how if there's a lot of trees or vegetative cover on your site, that could make LiDAR less accurate. It's not going to give you the ground elevation, but it'll give you the top of the tree elevation. And this is the drone. This is what it looks like. I don't know about any of this stuff, but I put it in here in case anybody's interested. So it's a bigger drone. I am a drone pilot, but I do not fly the LiDAR drone. I fly a little Mavic Mini, just for taking photos. But this drone is quite a bit bigger than that and quite a bit more expensive. So quite frankly, I don't think I want to be responsible for flying this drone. This is one of our drone pilots operating the drone with the LiDAR sensor. We've used it for preliminary base mapping and design planning. So that would be like mapping topo of a site prior to the design. Used it as an alternative to traditional stream bank assessments. A lot of stream bank assessments are difficult just because it's hard to traverse it can be a little bit difficult to kind of get down in there and access some of these areas. So drone can oftentimes get places that we are not able to get to. We've used it for top of bank extraction. So the highest elevation point of a stream bank, or in wetland delineation terms, we'd call it the ordinary high water mark. And then we've used it for as-builts, which is what we used it for this Paul Douglas project. So this is like what is this called? The side view of the LiDAR output. So you can see everything in orange is the points generated from the LiDAR. I have a feeling that these trees being here makes it a little bit more difficult to get accurate elevations on the ground. This is our as-built plan for the Paul Douglas project, just a snippet of it. So everything in red, all the red topo lines, those were generated by the LiDAR drone. So pretty accurate. We don't have a lot of tree cover on this site. I think this area with the trees shown is like the one little savanna area that we have. Everything else is pretty open, so the LiDAR data is more accurate. The one issue we ran into is, we're providing the as-built to the regulatory agency to show them what we did. So to show them, yes, we graded these areas like we said we would. You can see based on the LiDAR data that we graded here and here and here. But they typically like to see a comparison of the existing topo next to the as-built topo. But because we didn't use LiDAR for our existing topo and we used a different data set, there were some areas where the data just didn't make a whole lot of sense. Like it was If we had used LiDAR for both, that would have been more accurate. So now we know. Some other challenges, processing the data, the steep banks and dense vegetation. I already talked about the dense vegetation. It can be a large data set to bring into CAD. And then the water, I'm not sure what the challenge is with the water, but maybe the laser has trouble reflecting off of it somehow. I could see that. So that's it. So we've done the as-built for the project. We've submitted it to the Army Corps. They're in the process of approving it. These pictures are from just a few weeks ago, actually. We had our whole ecology team out there for a wetland restoration training, and with a guy, like a third-party training company, just to see what he thought about our site. And he gave us some tips and things that we might try to implement a few changes to the site, but probably next year. There's all sorts of, we can continue doing adaptive management and making changes to the site and reseeding where we need to, just to make sure that we're meeting all of our performance standards and that we have created enough wetland in the end to meet the requirements from our client. So anyway, this was this really beautiful grass is little bluegrass. Everything looked pretty brown, but these little rainbow clumps of grass really stood out. We found a yellow spotted salamander down in one of the drain tiles. So that was kind of fun. And we've seen some different birds on site, some sandhill cranes and things like that as they're migrating through. So yeah, the site is an exciting one because it's one that I've seen from start to finish. It seems like a lot of the time I'm working on projects on the front end, and it takes a while for them to actually get permitted and constructed, and then, to kind of see the fruits of your labor. So this is one of those projects that I've been able to have that opportunity. So yeah, I was excited to share that with you all. Hopefully you can see how we bring a little bit of the tech and the GIS into almost everything we do. The Survey 123 forms have brought us so much efficiency. So yeah, that is it for me. Thank you again for having me. I just found out about this website where you can type in your name into Landsat and it will find letters in aerial imagery and put them together for you. So I thought that was kind of fun. There's my info down there, Caitlin Burke, my email address, and that's it. Feel free to reach out to me.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'm gonna try to stop sharing now.
Are there any questions? You can check the chat box. I think there are questions on the chat box.
Okay, let's see.
You can ask a question. If there are any questions of those online, you can ask a question by typing it on the chat box. You can type your questions on the chat box.
Yeah, I see the comment about the GIS mapping. It's really, really cool. And it's, I'm not a GIS professional, but you really don't have to be. A lot of us use it in our day-to-day work, especially the ArcGIS online. so that you don't have to use the actual like GIS program, which can be a little bit daunting. But ArcGIS Online is something everybody can use and put it on your phone and, you know, just go crazy, just map wherever you go. So it's a lot of fun. But if anyone has questions, you can always email me too. I'm happy to chat.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. So the question I have here is, do you give credit score to catchment area? Because you mentioned buffer areas, that you give credit to buffer areas. What about the catchment areas? That's the ones filling the wetland or feeding the wetland? Oh, it's concerned on mute.
Thank you. I don't know why I can't do that myself. I'm sorry, could you ask the question again? And who was it asking?
All right. So yeah, during your presentation, you made mention of the buffer area, and you said you give credit score to a particular buffer area, and then you leave the rest. So I also want to ask, do you give credit score to catchment areas? That is areas feeding the wetland or feeding the hydrology areas.
Yeah, so the crediting is probably the most complicated part of the wetland mitigation. We receive credit for, so we receive the lowest credit for the existing wetland areas, and then we receive the most credit for the areas that we have reestablished that were historically wetland, or you know, they were drain tiled, and so for us to just come in and break the drain tile and restore the hydrology and seed it with a wetland seed mix, that gives us 100% credit. Everything that's kind of feeding into that, like the upland areas, which we're calling like native prairie, we're getting, I believe all of these areas get a range of credits. So I think for the prairie, it's like 10 to 25%. And then it's up to us to kind of make our case to the regulatory agency and say, this is all the work we're doing in these prairie areas. There's a lot of maintenance that has to take place. There's a lot of invasives that we need to, you know, herbicide or mow, whatever it may be. So a lot of work and time and money is going into it. Therefore, we think we should receive the 25% credit as opposed to like the 10%. So we're constantly having those conversations with the Army Corps, with the regulatory agencies, and making our case for the amount of ecological uplift that we're having. But then there are limits on how much upland area can receive credit. So out of all the credits in the wetland restoration area, only 15% of the credits can be from upland. Because the whole point is to create wetlands or restore wetlands. So while it's understood that there's going to be some upland area and some buffer area around that, the focus is really on the wetlands. So there is a limit on how much credit we can get for all the areas that kind of drain down into the wetlands. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. So the next question is there a way this kind of study can be done only on desktop, or it has to be field work on desktop?
All of this, I think the question was about, can these programs be used on the phone or is it just desktop? Is that correct?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
They can all be used on your phone. I have field maps on my phone. For me, the phone is way easier even than like a tablet or an iPad. But you can do both. So any data you collect using the app on your phone will connect into the program that you can open up on your desktop as well. Because I believe it's all, it's all kind of cloud-based, online-based. So yeah, like for example, I have I have Survey 123, I have field maps, all my drone apps. I have everything like on my phone ready to go. So then I'll just click on it, open field maps, and then these would be all of the different like maps that we have available, like different projects basically that I'm working on at my company. And then Survey 123 is the same thing right on the phone, just sign in, and then the different forms available are right there on your screen. So it's either or, phone, desktop, tablet, however you want to use it.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. We thank you for the time, for the effort, and everything that have gone into this program. It's such an awesome event. I only want to thank you. So we appreciate you for the sacrifice in terms of time, the intellectual contribution, the stress, emotional stress, and everything that this work would have brought about before it comes to pass. We really want to say a big thank you to you. So we're looking forward that very soon we are going to call you again, and we're going to have a follow-up to what we have learned today, more practical. In fact, I'm looking forward to see you in Nigeria one of these days. I hope it's possible. I said to see you in Nigeria sometime in the nearest future. Yes. I said I'm looking forward to see you in Nigeria soon. Thank you so much for the work. We really want to say a very big thank you. So God bless you.
Thank you
And
for
also we
having
thank
me.
Dr. Thank you very much. Yes. And all of their presenters also, we thank you. We appreciate you for the wonderful time, for everything. You have done so much. God bless you all. Amen. I think there's one other person. Branson.
Hello, Brian. Please, you can start your presentation. We have, I think, 15 minutes before we close. Yeah. Also, you can share your presentation from your end.
Can you hear me?
Can present from your end. Present and share from your end.
Okay, so I already shared the slides with Dr. Excellence. Let me see if I can get some good photos of the work that we're doing here in Kenya. Just a minute. Yes, so can you guys see? Hello?
We can see you.
Okay, nice. Okay, so hello guys, my name is Brian Kialo, and I come from Nairobi, Kenya, and I am the founder of Asili Generation Kenya. Asili Generation is a youth-based environmental conservation organization, and we're based in Nairobi, Kenya, in Eastleigh. I also serve as the student representative for the Society of Ecological Restoration at Sierra Africa, and I also serve as the Student and Emerging Professionals Committee. I serve as the secretary. So today my presentation is just going to be an inspiration, very short and simple about the work that Asili Generation is doing in the community and how we are inspiring young people to become local ambassadors in the aspect of restoring degraded ecosystem back to what they were. So Asili Generation was created in the year 2021, and it was created out of the need of having cleaner and greener spaces. So I was fortunate enough to become part of a government program that was centered on having community cleanups most of the time. And in that aspect, there was not a lot of green spaces in my community. So as a city generation, we decided to come up with avenues where we can be able to continue the process of doing community cleanups regularly. And that's why we adopted having community cleanups that were centered on the youth actively participating in these cleanups. But we did not relatively focus on cleanups alone. We wanted to create green spaces also. So that's why we wanted to continue the aspect of growing trees in our community. I come from a big urban area where trees are not, they are, you can see there are more apartments than trees, which is a big headache in my community. So one of the biggest niche of Asili Generation is working with community chiefs. I don't know if, I think Nigeria has a lot of chiefs. So in Kenya, we do have chiefs. And the good thing about having a chief is they know where everything needs to go and what needs to happen in any setup. So as the Asili Generation, we liaised with the chief in identifying different areas that needed to be planted trees and different areas that needed to be cleaned up. So as a Asili Generation, we spearheaded this project with the support of the chief and the local administration and different organizations from the Kenya Forest Service, from TARDA, and to different other organizations. So if you look at this photo here, it's one of our tree planting exercises where we were able to plant over 700 trees in one of our community parks. It was one of the biggest events that took place, and we're really grateful for the support that the chief gave us. So in Kenya, we have different types of chiefs, and they are the head of different locations, and they have been really instrumental in the growth of Asili Generation. Other than having the tree planting, we also focus on having our own tree nurseries. So as a Asili Generation, we have been able to get some donation of some trees. If you look above here, we have some trees. So all these are donations from different organizations that are spearheading the restoration of the Nairobi River. So if you look at all these seeds, we were given by CHARDA and Seedbolt and the Kenya Forest Service. And there's training that happens for the local community, especially the youth, because the youth are the biggest stakeholders in the climate space. Because we are the people who are being endangered, we're the one who are losing our lives for a lot of like hazards in the environmental space. So the state generation, we're really grateful for the amount of the community coming together and being able to just see us and just accepting us. So some of the success stories that we have been able to achieve as a city generation, we have been able to plant over 7,500 trees in our community in the aspect of greenifying our places. Another thing we have been able to do, we've been able to create a community-led restorational program where young people can come and we can be able to teach them of how ways they can be able to greenify their areas and be able to sort out their trash and also turn their waste into money. One thing that we've learned is that waste is money. You can convert it into manure, artwork, and different things. So as a state generation, we're really grateful for the support that we've been able to be given by the chief and all the local administration in doing this. Other than this, we've been able to take part in different barazas. So a baraza is something called where you come to the government and you share your ideas. Like, what are you thinking as a youth? So the state generation, we've been able to share our ideas to the government, and we're really grateful. Some of the laws have been accepted. We took part in the public participation of the youth bill, where the youth were being taken part in being the lead in all of this. And we are really, really grateful as a city generation in some of the things that we've been able to do and achieve. Since our inception as a city generation, we have seen some tremendous growth in the aspect of growth and urban restoration. If you look at the key pillars of urban, these are the key pillars that we try to sell to some of the people in our community about the importance of having trees in the urban setup. One thing we can be able to have clean air, we can be able to have good food, different aspects of having trees in the community gives us, and it also helps in the mental health of people. When we have good air, when we have good, we have even biodiversity around us, it can be able to give us a sense of belonging and seeing that you are part of the community. So as a city generation, we have been able to do a lot of work, and there's a lot of work to be done. This is just the beginning. So if you look at what we've been able to do as a city generation, currently we are in the aspect of growing our tree nurseries. Currently we have two nurseries situated in two different locations, and they are housing over 50,000 tree seedlings. And we also have the aspect of having fruit seedlings in the nurseries, because we also want to create an aspect of people making this as a commercial aspect of these nurseries. So we are building trees that can be sold and trees that can be turned into food, so that people can see the aspect of them not lacking their basic needs. Also, as a city generation, we are fortunate enough to be able to participate in having conferences. So we were able to have our first conference in the University of Moi in support of the American Embassy. They were able to support most of the venue and the laptops, and also hosting the students. So we are really grateful for the collaboration that we were able to have. And we also want to invite all of you guys on our second one next year, coming soon. Also in the aspect of me becoming the student representative of ACR Africa, I've been able to lead the chapter in forming two chapters in Kenya. We have one at the University of Kenyatta, where I school at, also at the University of Nairobi, where we're going to have our second chapter. And these chapters are going to cut across just having students being more active in the climate space, having conversations, having discussions in the aspect of them knowing what it's all about the climate space. As a state generation, we're really grateful to the aspect of being supported by the ACR Africa chapter and also the student and emerging professionals. In that aspect, I would like to thank everyone for this amazing session. I don't know if there's anything I've missed out. Just to add, as a city generation, we have been able to take part in different local events that are spearheaded by the chief and some of the local authority in our country. and we are really, really grateful. I think one aspect I want to challenge you guys is take hold of your local authority. They have really good power. They know people. They know everyone in the community, and they can be able to spearhead some of the things that you want to do in your community. The chiefs are one of the biggest assets that you guys can have in your community. So try to talk to them and try to emphasize the importance of having chiefs in your community. As a city generation, we're really, really grateful for the aspect of us being able to grow our community and all social media handles. We are really big on all our platforms, and we are really trying to diversify some of the things that we are doing in our community. We also want to build an aspect of having a community that is centered on women participating, because we know that they are the biggest demographic of people who are going through a lot, and we want to create a sense of employment in our community. As a city generation, we are really, really grateful. We have been able to get huge support from the local governments and different people, different setup. If you look at the picture below, this is one of our community cleanups that were taking place in a church. So we have really big support from the church, from the schools in creating these nurseries. This is one of our events that we were taking part in, putting a nursery in this area, and it was really highly supported by the community. Other than that, as a city generation, we were able to take part in greenifying different areas of our community. Also in the aspect of making the local people more aware of what's happening in the world around. As a city generation, we have been able to partner with different people, different organizations, which we are really, really grateful for. In the aspect of us growing our organization. Let me show you guys some of the samples of our community. So this is one of the cleanups. So this is what we do. This is some of the cleanup that we take part in. We have a lot of trash in our community, and we do believe that there's a lot to be done in our community. So this is just the beginning. There's so much to be done in our community. There's so much work to be administered. The trees are growing, and we need to cater for them every day. So there's an aspect of having a sense of nationalism and just being part of the community and finding ways to transform the community. So as a city generation, we are really, really grateful for the support that we're getting from the community in everything that we're doing. So I think I wanted to give this session interactive in all ways possible, make it, keeping it short and simple so that people can be able to understand the need of the power of communities in the aspect of ecological restoration. I do believe there's power in the aspect of having communities. There's power in growing your communities, and there's power in believing in yourself. I think I took a chance in creating a silly, and I want to inspire young people to take chances in being the factors of their communities. So I would like to thank Dr. Excellence for this amazing session. I hope this session was educative in all aspects, something that you learned something in everything. And stay tuned for all the news that is coming up from the from the SCR Africa Student Board. There's a lot happening. We're also planning something with Dr. Excellence. A lot of things are happening in the chapter. So stay tuned, and I hope you guys learned a lot from this session. Thank you so much, Dr. Excellence, for this amazing session. If you have any questions for me, let me know. I'll just drop our emails down the chat, and you guys can participate, and you guys are most welcome to join us in all our activities here in Nairobi, Kenya. So thank you so much, guys. God bless you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for, it was really an eye-opener. Thank you for the works you're doing and everything. So we want to thank everybody that presented for the whole presentation, for your time, for your effort. For your time, for your effort, for everything. I want to say thank you. We look forward to working with you. Thank you very much.